All right, guys, we are. Right. Right, welcome everyone. We have a jam-packed full, it's a real doozy of a day today, so we are going to have to work on keeping on time throughout. So just highlighting that. We'll start today with apologies. I have an apology for Councillor Hopkins, who won't be able to be with us today. Is there any other apologies? No, well, I'll put that. Moved by Councillor Holding, seconded by Deputy Mayor Ryan. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. And against? That's carried. Moving on to declarations of interest. Councillor Halaleli.
Thank you. I will declare a conflict of interest with decision report 5.3. While it's a conflict of interest, it's not a pecuniary interest. I will take part in the deliberations, but I will abstain from voting.
Thank you for that. And that was through force of habit, Councillor Fanini Daisy. Okay, so we're moving straight into the public forum. We've got 4 speakers now registered for the public forum, so we will have to just keep moving through. I don't see Sini here at the moment, so we might we'll start with Ray and move from there, if that's all right, Ray. So I'll pass it over to you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'll be hit and miss today. I've just cobbled this together this morning. So, hello everybody. Thanks for putting up with me again. I'm here today seeking assurance that we, the ratepayer, won't be dicked around with our loan repayment for the stadium. There is some history behind this for me to have concerns. Some years ago, we had a sewage upgrade loan. It was nice and simple. There was a fixed amount for a fixed time with the option of doing a lump sum payment to just take care of it completely. I actually used the lump sum shortly after I purchased my house in 1998. Then we had a water upgrade loan, another massive imposition on the rates. That didn't have an obvious lump sum. I think at the time it was almost discouraged to actually create a lump sum option for that. It's just going to be a fixed charge for, I'm not sure what the time period is because we're still paying for it. That had fluctuations since its inception as additional users were added and as extra required infrastructure created costs. Now, logic says that the individual ratepayer contribution should have decreased as more people are added, but it didn't happen. So basically it went from 90 to about 109 last year, and suddenly without the explanation, it jumped to 154 per year. That's a jump of over 40%. And that's completely out of step with the other water charges. I think reticulation went up about 4%, supply about 8%, and sewage 10%. So there's no explanation of how this so-called fixed loan, I mean, the loan was taken out to do the water upgrade to the reservoir, etc. That's all done and dusted. Where does these extra charges come from? What's the cost that's suddenly created? So now we have a stadium loan that's going to be coming along. That must only relate to the established fixed period for up to 10 million, not a cent more, probably less, because we're told that we're going to put out at most 10 million. If there's any under budget achievement, that must be applied to the principal 10 million, as per the council resolution back in December 2023. There's reference throughout the process of various figures. We've approved up to 10 million ratepayer funded through a loan. So it'd be so many dollars per year, plus another 5 million to be funded from elsewhere, that elsewhere being probably financial contributions or other little buckets of money that the council has. We often see a figure of 15.6 million, which assumes the maximum 10 million plus 5 million plus some, well, to me, unidentified 600K. So that seems to be going above what the council resolutions put in place. Any application of spare contingency funding due to becoming under budget is deemed possibly today to go to stage 2, which is essentially the grandstand, that is a no-no. That should absolutely not happen. The North Otago Rugby Football Union committed to dealing with all the costs related to the grandstand. Giving them dollars only decreases the amount they must fundraise or contribute. That's a separate project in its own right, and nothing should happen. Any money that's left over, if such a thing happens, should be applied against the 10 million to decrease it, because that's the figure that the ratepayers are going to be paying. So all leftover monies in the contingency fund must be applied to the 10 million requirement, reducing it accordingly. So back to that ratepayer funded loan, must be only for up to the 10 million, not to cover annual operating costs. Obviously to recover the interest on the loan. So the 10 million or 9.5, if we're lucky, should be amortized across 20, 30 years, whatever the payment period was. And that should create a figure that sits on our rates until that is paid off. And again, if the lump sum option's there. But that's all that should happen. That should not vary, because it's just paying off that loan.
I'm going to have to
I
speak.
should state here and now that I do not trust the council to do the right thing, or possibly even the lawful thing regarding regulatory requirements. The PAR committee today has seen the latest customer survey in which the satisfaction of trust in council has dropped 12% to only 30%. I'm firmly in the camp of 70% who have lost their feeling of trust. This has certainly been exacerbated by the likes of perceived squandering of better off funding, especially when compared to our neighbour, Waitaki District Council. We, the general populace, are living in financially constrained times. Please, please, can we have a council that recognises that fact and acts accordingly?
Thank you, Ray. And your thoughts are absolutely noted. And obviously today's decision is a step away from what was agreed upon originally, and it needs to stand on its own merit. And we will take your thoughts into consideration in that. I don't have time to ask for questions from councillors at this stage, but thank you very much for your time. Now I'll ask for Sini, who's the Chief Executive of North Otago Rugby, if she'd mind coming forward. And the floor is yours.
This one?
Perfect.
Oh, fantastic. Tēnā koutou katoa, talofa lava malo lelei, whakalopalahi atu, and warm greetings to you all. Mayor Tavendale, Deputy Mayor, councillors, Chief Executive, members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of North Otago Rugby Football Union. As the kaitiaki guardians of rugby in North Otago, Norfu unites our community. We nurture talent and we foster lifelong participation. Our vision is to be a leading heartland rugby region, providing accessible, inclusive and positive experiences for all. We are guided by 6 core values: inclusion, rugby is for everyone, and we strive to make it accessible for all. Fun, we create positive and enjoyable experiences, ensuring every child feels a sense of belonging. Excellence, we encourage young players to strive for success on and off the field. Integrity, we lead with transparency and good governance. Bravery, we inspire courage, ambition and resilience in our young players. Respect, we teach each other the importance of fairness, sportsmanship and treating others with dignity. I want to acknowledge Mayor Tavendale and CE Alex Palmley for their leadership and openness throughout this process, and to thank the Event Centre Fundraising Trust, chaired by Kevin Malcolm, for their ongoing support and partnership. I also acknowledge Warren Prescott, our chairman, Ben Stratford and Catherine Savage for their expertise, dedication and guidance in stage 2 planning and governance alignment. This is truly a tri-agency effort with Norfu, the Fundraising Trust and the WDC, working collaboratively to deliver a responsible, community-focused project. From a purpose perspective, today we're here to address the recommendation on an agenda item we're discussing right now, 5.3, concerning stage 2 of the Network Waitaki Event Centre. It's important for us to be absolutely clear. Stage 2 is not seeking new ratepayer funding. All funding has been planned through community, philanthropic, sponsorship and NZR line streams. The resolution before council is a correction of a previous administrative step, enabling the already agreed funding and governance model to proceed. Importantly, we need council's green light today. With approval, we can confidently engage in our funders starting January 2026, secure remaining commitments and proceed with certainty to deliver stage 2 effectively and efficiently and responsibly. Operational continuity is critical. As you all know, Apollo Projects, our experienced delivery partner, is scheduled to conclude stage 1 mid-February 2026. And to maintain seamless construction, secure contractor availability, and avoid delays, stage 2 must commence immediately post phase 1. This ensures the project is delivered efficiently, on schedule, and within budget. From a fundraising trust context and the funding breakdown, stage 1, obviously, of the event centre, with the total approved budget, is on track for completion 26 February 2026 and within budget, as you will hear from the Event Centre Trust. The Trust has raised over 32 million, with more than sufficient to cover stage 1, leaving the surplus there. For stage 2, the funding plan is as follows. Together with the Event Centre Fundraising Trust of at least the 2.5 million through philanthropic and their community channels, Waitaki District Council, if there is a contingency provision from stage 1 surplus, and North Otago Rugby Football Union, over 2.75 million through our capital campaign, including additional contingency to meet WDC requirements. Importantly, Norfu has strong connections with our funders, both locally across the southern region, including Central Otago, the wider South Island nationally and globally, who have expressed interest but have not yet committed. But giving us the green light today gives us confidence in rapidly securing any remaining funding once council approval is granted. This combined structure ensures stage 2 is fully funded without any new call on ratepayers. With council approval, Norfu and the Fundraising Trust will begin active engagement in our funders as soon as possible, confident that the project has clear centennial, where community partnership and the wider engagement will be at their peak. Norfu will operate stage 2 as a multi-use community hub, ensuring broad benefit and long-term sustainability. Revenue generating activities will include facility hire, corporate and community events, school competitions, rugby camps, holiday programs, tournament hostings, you name it. 2025 has seen our operational systems become fully integrated, creating new efficiencies and allowing us to expand programs heading into 2026. Our operational planning is now designed for shared services with the Waitaki District Council and the Fundraising Trust, ensuring responsible stewardship of all assets and minimizing duplication of costs across the network. This integrated model ensures financial sustainability, protects council and ratepayers, and allows us to reinvest directly into youth development, pathways, community rugby, and other sports to support all sports codes. Above all, stage 2 reflects the generosity and engagement of our small but incredibly supportive district, including our Māori and Pacific communities, our families, our local businesses, and individual donors who continue to step forward because they believe in the vision, the kaupapa, and the future of Waitaki. So we're here asking council to approve the corrective resolution to stage 2, so we can proceed under the agreed funding model. For the council to recognise the combined tri-agency of our funding structure. For our council to enable Norfu, the Fundraising Trust, and the WDC to continue collaboration and deliver the project efficiently and responsibly. And I also want to acknowledge CE Alex Palmley for his leadership in enabling this collaboration to happen. No new funding is required. The contingency and stage 2 funding are fully accounted for. With this green light, we can begin engaging our funders straight away with confidence and clarity. From a closing statement from mayor, councillors, and community members, we're ready to move forward with stage 2 of the event centre. The funding is there, in place, the governance is strong and the collaboration between Norfolk and the Fundraising Trust and WDC ensure transparency, efficiency, and community benefit. From a contingency and risk management, we recognise the support of WDC's prudent requirement for contingency. And the contingency ensures that council ratepayers in the community are fully protected from unforeseen costs. From a governance and legal readiness, Norfolk is ready to deliver stage 2 with strong compliant governance. Our constitution is fully aligned with the Incorporated Societies Act. We have a skills-based board with advisory across business strategy, commercial finance, engineering, legal and cultural expertise. We have Ben Stratford, who provides engineering and procurement expertise on the Phase 2 project board if it is passed on the recommendation. We have legal advice as well, which ensures all funds, including contingency, are held in a compliant trust aligned with WDC and fundraising trust requirements. This governance structure ensures accountability and transparency throughout the delivery of stage 2. From a community and multi-sport benefit, stage 2 is not just about rugby. Norfolk serves as a facilitator for all sports, all youth programs, schools and community events across the Waitaki District. Our purpose as kaitiaki of rugby is grounded in community connection, inclusion and providing positive experiences for all. And stage 2 strengthens that mission. In phase 1, Norfolk was the only sporting code to contribute financially, investing $250,000 to support a shared community asset. This demonstrates our commitment not just to rugby, but to the well-being and opportunities of the entire district. Stage 2 was significantly enhanced multi-sport activation, youth development pathways, training camps, school sport integration, and regional events, and positions the Waitaki to host national and international competitions. The development will also drive social cohesion, regional pride, and economic activation, particularly as we approach major events in 2026 and the 2027 Centurion.
I'm just going to have to, sorry, call things to a stop there. Really appreciate your input on that. We're just going to have to move forward through the agenda. We had sort of 10 minutes aside there. Unless you're quite close to kind of completing what you've got to say. Sorry.
Yeah, no, so in closing, obviously, thank you, Ms. Havendale, for your time. We're obviously ready to move forward to stage 2. And with the council approval today, we can confidently engage in our funders as soon as possible to secure the remaining commitments, deliver the fully funded, fully protected stage 2, and Norfolk will deliver responsibly with full protection for council and ratepayers. And with the support of our generous community as well. Stage 2 will benefit all sports, youth pathways, schools, regional and national comps, and building on the legacy of phase 1, we can create a vibrant hub for the next 100 years. So this aligns perfectly with our purpose and with the deliverables of the council as well. And I do just want to extend our thanks on behalf of the union for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, Event Centre, I haven't got you down as speaking. Were you intending to?
We get applied for speaking last week.
Okay.
But if you would rather we stay to talk when the agenda item was brought forward, we would be happy to do that.
I was going to say there was a nudge. I think I've passed on this comment that we were going back to the 1:30, just that looking at the timeframes, we've got Tourism Waitaki coming in and Whitestone contracting. It's going to just truncate that conversation a bit too much for us to start into that this morning. So I'm happy to give you 5 minutes if you want to now to put your case before if you're not going to be able to stick around for the conversation later.
We certainly can be here at 1:30 if that would suit you better. Yeah, we could deliver at 1:30 if that would be appropriate, you thought.
If we do the public forum now, and I give you, sorry, it will be 5 minutes, and then I'll be calling Andrea. You've got 5 minutes. Fantastic. Floor is yours.
You're going to sit with me? Oh, yeah. Someone's got to hold my hand. Oh, God. Good morning, councillors and staff, and a special good morning to the new councillors around the table that I haven't seen sitting here before. So, look, ours is quite simple. Firstly, thank you indeed to council for the support of this project to date, and secondly, to North Otago Rugby Football Union that have jumped on board with us as partners to ensure that this project is completed and stage 2 is brought to life for our community. We are not actually seeking any additional funding. You would have received last evening a letter that we sent to council last Thursday explaining our position, and I'm comfortable at some stage to take questions on that. But we do not seek any additional funding other than the $15.6 million approved by council and advised to our funding providers, for instance, Otago Community Trust and Lotteries, who use that $15.6 million as a cornerstone for their approvals. That $15.6 million comes from certified minutes on the 22nd. We requested those minutes and had them sent to us. And certified 27th of June 2023, which is 6.2, adoption of the 23-24 annual plan. Resolved, moved Deputy Mayor Hana Halalidi, seconded Councillor Jim Hopkins. 2.1, council reaffirms a commitment of $10 million to support the event centre, agrees that council provides an additional $5 million in support, subject to a further report to council outlining how this can be funded without adding to future rate increases. It's now December 2025, so I'm sure that report has been done. And B was an updated fundraising plan for the Event Centre Trust for the remaining funding required and risk assessment. We've raised the money and we've reported our details regularly to both council and to Mr. Parmley. And C was a commitment of significant funding being secured from external funding bodies. That was for stage 1. We've done that and we have confirmed those figures to council. And then there was a second motion, seconded again by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Jim. So that motion was carried unanimously. And on December 23, resolved, moved Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Ryan, the council approves an additional contribution of $600,000 from depreciation reserves, the portion of the council reserves allocated to grandstand replacement, So that grandstand, just reiterate, that was towards grandstand replacement, and it was for the demolition and enlarged changing facilities that made stage 2 possible. And that motion was carried. So the $15.6 million that has been committed, and we have represented it to our funders as that amount. So we're just seeking assurance that that amount, your commitment, will not be reduced. We're comfortable. Stage 2 is outlined in the letter that we sent you, and we have very strong commitments that we are happy to share, that are at this stage are anonymous, but we are happy to share with the CE and the Mayor as soon as we get approval for stage 2 to go ahead. And those funds and the work that we've done with North Otago Rugby Football Union, we are happy that we're very confident within the next couple of months, we will have a proposal that ensures the funding with no implications of money to come from council to secure the completion of stage 2. I am available. We are available to come back at 1:30 if you felt there was questions. So if you wish us to do that, quite happy, Your Worship.
It wouldn't hurt to have you there. I will be mainly dealing with that internally, but we can.
Appreciate that. We will be here. Thank you.
Councillor Holding, we have a minute.
I think a few of us haven't had that letter, so if you could circulate that, would be good. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Good day.
Right, finally, I have Andrea Naylor, who's coming to speak on behalf of the Squash Club. I'll get you to pop the mic on there, Andrea, and welcome. Yeah, no, other side. Of course. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, congratulations to your election, Mayor, and to the councillors here today. I'm Andrea Naylor from the Oamaru Squash and Badminton Club, and I'm here to support the recommendation on section 5.5 of your agenda for your meeting today. Since the Waitaki District Council ceased the payment of the lease on the car park, the Oamaru Squash and Badminton Club have dropped nearly $5,000 in revenue. However, the car park has continued to be used by businesses in the area, tourists visiting the town, and council's own vehicles. Council have not removed the blue parking sign, therefore public still believe by right that it's their car park. As you know, we're in a very old building. We are saving to repair the roof and develop the facilities to start to move out of the 20th century and into the 21st. And yes, we're only 25 years late. This revenue is vital for any refurbishment or repair that we have to do to our building. We are a community club aiming to promote the sports of squash and badminton, but we are acutely aware of the physical position that we have in the community and what that offers the community. We're also aware of the significance of our historic building. And both of these things come at a financial cost to us. With the community using our land, i.e. car park, we believe that it's the responsibility of the community to share in the cost of it. Parking meters seem a good solution for council to gain some revenue to contribute to this area. These would have to be fully maintained and managed by council. And we do not see much disruption to our members as we usually play out of business hours anyway. There would need to be some discussion regarding the odd occasional event that we hold, but we could come to some arrangement as part of a lease agreement. This process may take time, and as a club we acknowledge and understand that. If we see progress, including regular communication, and we have payments backdated, then we can live with a delay. Therefore, we thoroughly back the recommendations 1 and 2 that are being put to council today. The parking meters will allow council to recuperate some revenue, and therefore actual costs, if any, to the ratepayers would hopefully be minimal. The club are willing to re-enter a contract with the council to achieve this. I hope that you as councillors will see your responsibility as representatives of the community to support these recommendations, and this will be a win-win-win for council, club and community. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have another sort of minute or two there if councillors have any questions to pass to Andrea. Councillor Downing.
Have you given thought to directly leasing the car parks to clients or local businesses, or perhaps changing it to other uses or anything like that?
Yes, we've given thought to that, but we are a club of volunteers, getting fewer and fewer by the day, and so we don't have the manpower, volunteer power at this stage to do that. Yeah, if this didn't work out, then we would have to. Yeah, we would have to. Yeah, I've likened this to a when you've got a student flat in Dunedin and the tenants move out and stop paying rent, but all their mates still keep coming around for parties. That's what I'm likening this to as well. So yeah, how do you get those money out of those mates is hard.
That's nicely put. No, thank you very much for your time, and we'll address that coming a bit later on in the meeting. Do we have Tourism Waitaki here?
Yes.
Yes. Right, we'll just wait for them to come through.
Just while we're waiting for donation that just give, I've only got one copy to choose. I will also just around these minutes. Oops.
Right, so councillors, we're looking at page 210 on your agendas for the discussion part of this, but the actual annual report is sitting in our other documents folder.
Yeah, just go.
And in the separate attachments folder, it's under page 140. All right, I'll welcome up Tourism Waitaki as we move on to your annual report. Welcome. So we have Rick and Philippa here. Good morning. So the button on your right hand side, and I'll pass the floor to you guys. It's not on just yet. Yep. There you go.
Okay, Madam Mayor, councillors, two things. An apology first from the chairman, Mike, and also apology from Director Janine Tulloch. So I'm standing in for both of those today. The annual report has been circulated, and if there are any questions, I will direct them either to Pip or to any other members of the board. So it's been a good year, and I think it's self-explanatory in the report, so it won't take up too much of your time. Welcome any questions.
Thank you. Right, so I'll pass it straight over to councillors. Do I have any councillors that have any questions for Tourism Waitaki? I'll just start first of all just by saying absolutely congratulations. Obviously the penguin colony is going gangbusters, which is fantastic for both our community but also for the ability to keep Tourism Waitaki operating within its own envelope, and I think that's an absolute benefit for taxpayer for ratepayers. So thank you for that, and it's really good to see the volume of work, and I think the conversations probably moving forward will be looking at how we align expectations through that statement of intent so that we are all clear on what each other's priorities are and move into that, but a really good report.
Thank you. Just to pick up on that, the amount of money that was spent during the year on upgrading the penguin colony, I'll just ask Pip to just comment on the changes that have already occurred in terms of day visitation.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think a lot of you have managed to get down and have a visit and see the new Discovery Centre. And if you haven't, please reach out and come down because it really is amazing. We've already seen an increase in day visitors, and we're also trying to encourage community engagement as we have done in the last couple of years, but continue to build on that. So for example, we offered a free day tour on the same day as the Santa Parade because the train was coming and going. And that day alone, we had 476 locals come off the train and visit the centre. So it's just really great. And so it's just working, getting it out to our agents and our partners in that space, and really building the knowledge about the Discovery Centre and the offering that we have. So yeah, if you haven't come down, then definitely please do.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cowles.
Thank you. Yeah, look, want to congratulate you guys on the work that you've done this year. And I know that part of that was a bit of a restructure around staff and your team. I'm just wondering how that's sitting now and whether that's made quite a difference having some people in those full-time roles. And
yes, well, we'd like to introduce Cindy. She's the General Manager for Operations and Commercial for the Penguin Colony, and Heather is the RTO General Manager. So they are helping me immensely with all the work that we've got going on. So you'll see different emails from each of those two supporting us in the work. So it means that I do get to take a step back and step back into that science role and really drive that forward as well in the future, because some of our collaboration that we've got at the moment and going forward is both internationally and within New Zealand in terms of research and putting us on that stage. So it's really great to have the support and really build everything as we move forward.
No, that's fantastic. Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, just congratulations. It's nice to see the visitor numbers higher than pre-COVID levels, which is really encouraging. Just looking at the breakdown with the overseas markets, it's interesting to see how that's changing. What do you attribute that change to?
I think the China market has been slow to return to what it was pre-COVID. I think one of the marketing team might be able to speak to this a bit closer, but there has been a gradual return, but the penguin colony is probably sitting higher than the national average, and Heather can probably pull up a chair and speak to that.
She makes,
I feel like I
yeah.
project my voice a little bit, but it's interesting that you asked that about international, and certainly in the quarter to date or the last 6 months, it's only increased even more. And we're 17% up on our international visitors in the last 6 months by comparison to the New Zealand in general at 6%. So Waitaki is definitely punching. I think if we were to attribute it to activity, we're certainly we've been a lot more active in our partnerships, which are a strong proposition to that international market, but specifically the Southern Way. And we see that in the Australian numbers that have increased that much more. So the Southern Way collaboration is the 8 RTOs in the bottom of the South Island. Good morning. And then also with the international numbers, there is the fact that post-COVID, the type of visitor that New Zealand in general has pursued and has attracted is that much little bit more intrepid, off the beaten track, which as Waitaki we are certainly, we benefit from that self-drive, people who are willing to go out of the main golden route. But thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, Councillor McCone, did I see you waving your hand about, or was that not?
I've changed my mind, thank you.
Fantastic. Councillor Linwood.
I don't have a question. I've just got a statement. I want to say congratulations to you guys. And in my hospo role, I hear a lot of amazing, incredible feedback about people who have been to the colony. So I just want you to know that you guys have done a great job.
Fantastic. So councillors, I'll bring you back, and I just need to get back onto the right page on the agenda, sorry. So just bear with me for a moment. So back to page 210 on the agenda. And we'll go to the recommendations. And do I have anyone that's willing to remove those recommendations? Councillor Holden. We have a second to Councillor Cowles. Right, any other discussion, councillors? I'll put that all in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried. I think it's all been said, but you guys have had such a moving feast of a job over the last few years, and it's been really good to see you really step into a space where you've got a bit of certainty, and you're coming out with a bit of success with it, which is fantastic. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. And just to finish off, we can say that this month we actually had a record number through the penguin colony that's never been achieved before. I'll leave you with that.
Well done. That's awesome. Right. So now I'm not sure if we've got Whitestone contracting at this stage, or we
June 11:45.
Yeah, so they're not here yet. We'll just check if Whitestone contracting are there, and if not, I'll move on back to the mayoral report. Nope. Okay, we'll just move on to my mayoral report then. So that brings us back to page 6 on the agenda. And I guess just to open to that, it has been a really slightly insane start to our term, would be fair to say. We knew water was coming down the barrel at us as something that was uncomfortable. We knew the water plan had been turned down. I think it was very early in the piece that all of a sudden councillors had a facilitator also on their doorstep, and we will have the facilitator join us, Amy Adams, a bit later on when we discuss water at around 12 o'clock today. But on top of that, now we have the regional council discussion, which has come as a bit of a surprise. I think we all knew something was changing and something needed to change, probably the speed and the extent of that change was probably not quite as well understood, I'd say, right across the sector. So we are moving into a whole new space. I've talked about that quite a bit in my report. And I guess I'll take that as read at this stage and just ask councillors if you've got any questions at all. Councillor McCone.
I'd just like to congratulate you on a very comprehensive report, and I'm just wondering if your husband knows who you are, looking at the amount of things you've been doing since you've been elected.
It's certainly been a change of lifestyle of late, it would be fair to say. Any other questions, councillors? No, well, I'll take that as read. Do I move from chair on that one? I'll move that my report is received. It's seconded by councillor Cowles. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And against? That's carried. Thank you very much. And I believe we now have Whitestone Contracting in the room, almost. So again, we have in our attachment the Whitestone Contracting annual report, and then we have the agenda item sits in under page 207. So I'll welcome you guys up to the mic and welcome. It's nice to see you all here, and I'll let you start at your end with some introductions, and then we'll move on to your report if that's fine. Thank you. Just introductions at your end to who you've got with you, and then just anything you want to say in precursor to the conversation.
Well, good morning, Your Worship and councillors. I'm Tony Reid, Whitestone Contracting, and our new CEO, Bruce Muldrew, which I'll talk about more in a minute. First, I'd just like to acknowledge Paul Bissett. He was CEO for previous CEO. He resigned and has moved on in November. We acknowledge his efforts and input into the success of Whitestone Contracting in the past. And I'd like to introduce Bruce Muldrew. He's our new CEO. Bruce started his position with the company at the beginning of the month. He comes to us from Scott Technology in Dunedin, and he's been previously employed by Foley Plumbing during a major expansion period for that company. Bruce has been instrumental in the positive performance of all the companies that have previously employed him. He has an historical connection to North Otago, having grown up in Oamaru, started his working career in mechanical engineering at the Curie meat processing plant, and his father previously worked for Whitestone Roading in the WCC Works Department for over 27 years. We look forward to the contribution that Bruce will make to Whitestone Contracting and to our district. With elections having recently taken place, it's been a long time since the annual report was completed, but we can now advise councillors the company recorded a $1.15 million surplus for the financial year to the 30th of June 2025. This is pre-tax and pre a number of sponsorships. 2025 result at 6.56% of opening shareholders' funds was a little below the 8% target, but it's still a very credible result during very challenging market times in our sector throughout New Zealand. The good news for council is the company will release a $400,000 distribution to the shareholder based on last year's performance. On top of this, the company sponsored $100,000 worth of worthy projects that you'll see on page 10 of the annual report. The company consolidated its operations during the period, closing its asphalt plant at Cameron's Pit and exiting the Mackenzie area due to a number of local council contracts coming to an end. The company has sold its Cromwell, Fairley and Waimate depots during the period as part of this consolidation exercise. During this period, there's also been considerable focus on achieving growth in other divisions. The company's been considering plant and machinery, consolidating plant and machinery, as well as focusing on having good quality equipment to be able to deliver services to our clients into the future. As part of looking forward for ongoing growth, the company's embarked on a digital transformation program for the 25-26 year, with the new systems program to be up and running by July 26. This will provide some challenges in terms of profitability for the 25-26 year going forward. The company, with having slow workload for the first few months of this year, we ask council to bear with us during the financial year as we work towards delivering a much more robust and profitable Whitestone contracting company going forward. The company has, however, secured a significant workload for the second half of this year, with over 80% of the budgeted turnover achieved, despite the slow start in the tender box space. Our teams have been involved in high level of tendering over recent months, and we hope to be able to report some successes during December and January. The company is in a positive cash position due to having sold 3 of its depots during the period as part of the consolidation exercise as previously stated. The funds will be applied to the ERP upgrade, capital replacements and funding of growth to promote long-term returns for the shareholder. The company was delighted to have one of our staff members, Georgia Campbell, recognised as the Woman in Contracting Otago Regional winner as part of this year's awards. Congratulations to Georgia. Further note to the company, achieving the Injury Prevention Award at the Otago Business Awards in November. It's an excellent recognition of our staff and the commitment they demonstrate to health and safety in a tough physical environment. During 24-25, we maintained a nil lost time injury record for the second year running. Finally, we are here to serve the district, and we are focused on the long-term sustainability of your company by the way of providing jobs, distributions and sponsorship to the district, and further investing in the ongoing training of our people. Thank you for this opportunity to present. We can take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work in this space, and it's really good to see sort of a combined vision starting to be created there between us and yourselves. I think that's really helpful. Councillors, any questions? Councillor McKone.
Just congratulations on what's happened and been in a very tough year and a sound financial position. So well done to you guys, because it's tough out there. And the way I see it, with the financial base you've got, you're in a position to move very quickly when things do come on board. So well done and keep it going.
Councillor Slack and then Councillor Cowles.
Yeah, just basically want to repeat what John said, a great result, and to have a company of your standard and quality is an asset to the Waitaki District Council. Just one question about the community initiatives that you have sponsored. You had a target of 50,000. You achieved more than double that. So what's the target for this financial year?
I'll pass that to Tony. He's the money man.
So we have in our budget around $85,000 is our target this year that we'll likely spend. And to be fair, probably during the course of the first 6 months, we've spent the majority of that already.
Great. Councillor Cowles and Councillor Finini-Titi.
Thank you. And look, yeah, it's always great to hear the innovation and the achievements as a company, because, you know, flying the flag for our region as well is really great. I'm just wondering, through that digital transformation, what sort of systems focus is that, you know, that digital transformation going to have? And obviously, you know, hopefully that steps towards more innovation that you're doing. So be really interested to see what that's going to bring forward.
Yeah, the purpose behind our ERP upgrade, we've had a system in there for very financial based system for the last 24 years, which has served us very well. But it's not a project management software. So this software will allow our project managers to really hone in on running their projects well, great cost control, and also the engagement with our clients in terms of payment claims and that side of it will certainly be an improvement in there as well. We've moved to a thing called Workbench, as well as MYOB Acumatica for our financials. So a total change for the business. It will certainly challenge the way that we've been doing business up till now, and I think that'll be really beneficial for the company going forward.
Just further to that, we have a strategy of 30 million to 80 million in 10 years, and we certainly had to upgrade some systems to be able to come anywhere near that. So that's the first stage of that long ongoing strategy. Thank you.
Fantastic. Hannah.
Thank you through the chair. It was just really a comment just to say congratulations. Thank you for this report, but also just acknowledging the level of investment that you make in terms of building capability and upskilling your staff. I always appreciate that, being passionate about that myself. And then just acknowledging the level 2, 3 and 4 qualifications that you're putting your staff through, especially in the absence of a tertiary provider here. So your ITO is BITCO, I understand, or I'm just hoping that they're providing you with additional support with the, in light of all of the investment that you're putting in with the team.
Yeah, we have Connexus, who run a whole lot of qualifications for our team, so we are reasonably well supported there through that program. Yeah.
Councillor Holden.
Thank you for sorry if I've missed it. The asset sales or the plant, is that in these figures or next year's?
So you'll see in the balance sheet, there's around about $3 million worth of cash to come in. So they were sold, those assets were sold during the year, those property assets. But the cash was not in the bank until the new financial year. So you'll see in there's a property line in the assets of about $3 million to come, which has now been received.
Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you. Just echoing Hannah's comments earlier about the level of investment in training and upskilling our people. But just following on from Councillor Holding's question, there's been a bit of conversation over my first term over, I guess, Cameron's Pit as a strategic asset for you, and with the sale of the asphalt plant. Just wondering, I guess, what work's been done in that space to look at opportunities there.
We're looking at all the operations. The asphalt plant didn't achieve enough tonnage throughput over the years that we've owned it. That it needed 3,000 tonne a year to break even, basically. So we look at all operations to make sure they're operable. Cameron's Pit is under review. We will look at how that goes in the long term, or short and long term. It supplies, Omri Shingle supplies with raw material for their sand and aggregate products, and other projects as well. So it's under review and being looked at to ensure that it's being profitable.
Thank you. Right, I think that might bring us to a close of questions. I want to say a massive thank you all for what you are doing. It's been a great year and a very tough space, and we recognise that, and we'll keep working together to try and find ways to grow what you do. So thank you. Councillors, moving on to the actual agenda, and on page 207, we have the recommendation there. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Lewis, Councillor Slack, all in favour, please say aye. And against, that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to all the so-called 3 waters done better coming out, and the government finally spending some more money. And I understand the RMO review comes out at 1 o'clock today, so hopefully that helps all of us. Thank you very much.
Fingers crossed. We need more reform. Right, just waiting for the Chief Executive to not be coughing. But we've got a wee bit of time here before we move on to the Water Services Delivery Plan at 12. So I'll move on to the Chief Executive's report. And do you want to start with any comments?
Yeah, I'll take the report as read, but I'll just highlight a couple of things, and recognising there's some new people around the table. So this is a quarterly report with an overview of the organisation, particularly focusing on the KPIs set by the last council. This is something that I do in public, agree the KPIs and report on progress. Because what I do reflects the work of the whole organisation, and I think it's important to have that transparency. So these KPIs were set by the last council at their meeting on the 30th of September. And so in terms of developing metrics and targets, there's still some work to do on that, but this is the first report on those particular KPIs. I'd just highlight in here the past quarter has seen, a number of high-profile issues and projects that we've had to tackle, and the resources of the council continue to be stretched. And this is something I reported on in my last 2 reports to the previous council.
this impacts on staff workloads, working hours, and the ability to take leave. And those of you who are sharp-eyed will have seen in the annual report that our liability towards our staff is growing, essentially because people are struggling to take leave because of the sheer volume of work that we're trying to undertake. And that covers, things that, we decided to do as a council. So the transformation programme, really important in terms of completing that and reaping the benefits for the organisation and our community. But also things that come out of government that we have to do, and things that take longer than we planned as well. So we'll see, it was reported at PAR this morning, and we'll see in the annual report, the audit process took longer and more resources than we'd planned for. It was a challenging audit process. We've also got a substantial capital programme as well. And part of transformation was reorganising ourselves and gearing ourselves up to deliver better on that programme. And you'll see in your annual report that our delivery rate has increased significantly, but it is still a big programme when you look at waters in there, the roading programme, but also 3 projects that have, are big projects for this council that have landed at the same time. So the event centre project, the biggest capital project we've ever done, together with the Forester Gallery and the Kakinui Bridge. I've highlighted in there as well a bit around the progress of the transformation programme, so that remains important to us. And I think the challenge is for me and my team to keep our attention on that and deliver the resource to that's needed to complete that programme, so that we can, at these latter stages of the programme, really realise those benefits. Similar to the Mayor's report, I've highlighted what's ahead. The wonderful tsunami of reform that we're starting to, we were warned about in Wellington a month or so ago, which is now starting to hit us. We will need to dedicate resources to that. The we is you and, me and my team. It will take resource and effort to deal with that well, so that we can look after the best interests of the organisation and our community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Mr. Palmley. It's more of feedback. You asked for feedback, so I'll give you feedback. In your report, for somebody that is new to this, the way that this is formatted is just an easy read. I do have one minor comment which towards an improvement, but other than that, just thank you and the staff how you present this, because this is much easier. Well, I think for new people, certainly for me.
Thank you for that. Always happy to take on comments about how we can improve the reporting so that it's transparent and clear. I should have said an apology that the progress with the capital programme, we didn't get that to you as part of the main agenda item. So that is in the links that Arlene circulated. That's one area where I'd like to have a bit more consistency and clarity around reporting, so that you can get a quick overview of how we're doing with our capital programme, which is, a lot of dollars being spent there, and you need to be able to see progress quite easily.
Thank you. Councillor McCone.
Just a question, I see it stated there there's 282 employees. Is there a reason why that has been growing?
So I'll refer you to your annual report. As we reported through transformation, we've decreased the number of employees. So 282 is the headcount, but the full-time equivalent numbers has decreased as reported in your annual report from what we had last year. So if you look in that section of your annual report, you'll see that employee numbers have decreased in line with what we said we'd deliver through transformation.
There's a lot of pages in that annual report, and I struggled to get through this one, so I apologise for missing that.
Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Mayor Taverdale. Yes, as I say, just one comment. When I look at the survey results, and they are expressed in percentages, I think it would be an improvement if after the respondents, even if we put in bracket, we actually put in there the number of respondents, because after all, if there are only 10 and we got 30% that is satisfied, then I wouldn't be too worried. So I think that will just provide a little bit more clarity.
Fair call. All right, councillors, any other questions? Councillor McCone.
Again, sorry, and I see Alex has mentioned to the transformation, so the capital cost that's finished, it's now implementing and moving it forward. Is that what that says?
No, we haven't completed the transformation programme at the moment. That is still in progress. So that that continues into this financial year. At some point, we will close that program, and we will move into the business as usual. So moving into continuous improvement, but we'll bring a closure report to you on that program in due course.
Okay, so I'll move from the chair that report from CE is received. Do I have a second to Councillor Fanini Ta'iti? Any other questions? I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And against? That's carried. Right, so we're going to move on to the Water Services Delivery Plan. Do we have the facilitator?
It's not online yet.
Facilitator's not online at this stage. I'm just seeing if I've got any communication from her. Do we have the staff? We've got staff in the room.
Would you like me to give just a little intro?
Yeah, we'll start with an intro. At this stage, anyway, the conversations with the facilitator, and this is obviously recorded. She wasn't needing to start with an intro. She was really just keen to support us through the process and ask any questions she had. So we will move into the agenda item if she doesn't arrive on our screen shortly. But yeah, I'll pass on to Alex.
So Paul's the authoriser of the report, and I'll ask him to make some comments in a minute. But I'll just highlight, this is a report that's in two parts. The first part is probably the simpler bit around the asset condition assessment, and to highlight that this was work that was planned for future years, and so essentially this is about bringing the budget forward to be able to do that work to comply with the requirements of the Secretary for Local Government in terms of the concerns in the assessment around our rejected water services delivery plan. The second part is a bit more complex, and I think I'd start by saying that a number of councillors around the table from previous term were uncomfortable with the time frame which we had to make decisions around the first water services delivery plan, and I think, unfortunately, if we're going to be successful in meeting the timetable of the government and not impacting on other aspects of our business, we've actually got less time now to decide where we're going, if we are going to partner with others and what that looks like. And if we don't make decisions on this soon, we will impact the timetable for delivering a revised water services delivery plan, but it'll also impact on our annual plan process. There'll be some changes we need to make in that annual plan depending on the decisions you may make. And this is because we've got a position where the long-term plan and the current water services delivery plan don't align. I think the other issue that makes this pressing is that most councils have now had their water services delivery plans approved. They're now in the process of operationalising them by June 2027. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done to do that. So we're not in that position at the moment. So the longer we take to decide where we're going, the less time we've got to operationalise these plans. And coming back to my comments in my report, the capacity of the organisation is stretched. And containing that work within a shorter time frame is going to put even more pressure on us as an organisation. So I'm sorry that that's the case. That's the position we've been put in terms of needing to make decisions at a pace in terms of the future of water. And it's a key decision. It has a big impact on our community, and we know our community are concerned about that. And I think, I need to recognise this isn't an easy decision. Like many of the things we deal with now, there's no obvious answer. There's no right or wrong. It's a matter of judgment as to what is the best fit for the organisation going forward. So I'll stop there. Is there anything you want to highlight in your report?
Oh, just before we go to Paul, just recognise we've got Amy Adams online with us now, our facilitator. She did join us at the sort of start of Alex's speech there. So just welcome, Amy. Not sure if you want to say anything in this early stage.
Thank you, Mel. No, look, just pleased to be here and hear the discussion, and we'll see how that plays out. But no, thank you for the invite, and just as I say, I'm happy to listen and hear what the view of the room is.
Thank you very much. And just we've been keeping in contact with Amy pretty much weekly, I think it is now, via phone, and we've got Amy coming down on the 17th to spend the day at council here too, just to make sure we've got our head around, ready to move into some decision making early in the new year. But I'll pass on to Paul.
Thank you. Furiously scratching out bits that I was going to address that Alex has already. I would disagree slightly. I think it is in three. It's actually in three reports sort of following the what's set out in the recommendations. Yeah, the first is relatively straightforward, but it is receiving formally some reasonably important information that sort of sets up some of the discussion. So that's really recommendation one, is about receiving that information. The stage 2 scope of works in terms of improving our understanding, like confidence in asset condition. Sorry, that wasn't included in the agenda, but it has been circulated now. And now that we've received that, so the asset planning team been working very quickly on trying to get a better understanding of the potential financial impact of that work now that the scope's understood. So we will need to, if you do agree to recommendation 2, we will need to increase that amount to $300,000 rather than 250. That's just a reflection of understanding the work, the nature of it, and the amount of sort of physical investigation that we need to undertake based on the stage 2 scope. So again, as Alex noted, this work was budgeted for. It was in the next year, so we really are just bringing that budget forward to make sure that this key piece of work to address the most clearly stated concern in the letter from the Secretary of Local Government is undertaken. So, yeah, not probably proposing to spend too much time on the first two items, although Paul Hayes is here to really answer any questions on those pieces of work and having a discussion. And as Alex noted, really the third item is the most important and challenging one. I think, as reflected in the report, one of the options that we're looking at, we know significantly more about, and the other will require a better understanding if you do want to investigate that option. But really, there is a pretty severe time constraint on both getting that work undertaken, you considering it, and then actually progressing it to a stage that will allow the further development of the delivery plan. As noted in the report, the approved delivery plan for Timaru District has a deadline of any alternate arrangements of 31 March, which is very, very close. So, I think we'll just need to be, I suppose, cognizant of that as we move through the discussion. But really, with that, change the amendment. That's covered everything that I wanted to, so I think very happy to answer questions. Possibly could we just cover the first two recommendations first before we move into the third, so that we can sort of chop up the questions a little easier.
That's cool. So taking questions on just the receiving of the information and the approving stage 2 of the asset condition. Is there any questions around that? Start with Councillor McCone.
I don't think there's too much discussion needed. We don't have too many choices. The recommendation is to further study, so we work away from assumptions to actuals. And as far as recommendation 3 is concerned, a lot of that work's already been done. So it's a matter of just ticking some boxes in a tight timeline that we have the opportunity to help make a decision. If we don't hit those timelines, we don't have any opportunity at all.
Thanks, Councillor McCone. Just remembering that we're sitting in the question space right now. So I'm sure we all agree with that. Councillor Holding.
I have to agree with John about the asset condition, the work that we need to do and did plan to do. Just some of the things that we are rolling forward for that budget, for the annual plan, and some decisions we might make later. I can't understand the cost of all them compiled, what that might mean to rates, or is that they've already budgeted? But there's a couple other big projects we're pulling forward at the same time.
So yeah, and I know I assume you're referring to the second, the later report in the agenda. Look, all of those items have been budgeted for, included in the long-term plan discussions that we had. The only impact of this would be raising effectively the loan slightly earlier than anticipated. So the only financial impact would be the relatively small amount of interest on a sum of 300,000 for potentially a 6-month period. So that's really the only financial change in financial impact that hadn't already been allowed for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Slack.
Paul, thank you for that. Just page 28, first paragraph at the end, you say this updated assessment is expected to be completed by the end of February. And what you've just mentioned too was the Timaru decision-making time at the end of March. Then this letter from Project Max came through early this morning, where it says short-term inspection program, stage 2C, late March. Are we going to be too late for late March, or any reflection on that?
Yeah, I'll get Paul to chip in later on this. I mean, yeah, this is just what was in the report was based on their first initial estimate. Look, I think we'll be getting updates from them. It may not be a formal report, but I think we'll have, as the physical work and the work that proceeds, we'll get updates from them that I think will feed into the discussions. But it's probably more about timing of work rather than the quantum of work. And so I don't think that will hold up the delivery, the development of the final delivery plan by June. And we're just going to have to be open with any of the groupings that would potentially look to join about what the status of where we're at and what the findings are. But again, I think it's about prioritisation of budgets, not the budgets themselves.
And I guess just moving forward in that discussion, which we'll come to, that information will help lead us, will give us a bit more clarity in that space. But the conversation and the costings are involved in that will be the same no matter what direction we look in. They're going to be ring fenced and they're going to be needed to be covered at some point. So if we don't have any more questions on these first two, recognising you mentioned that would have to change to $300,000, that figure. Is that accurate?
Yes, so we've got a budget of just over $200,000 in the Project Max report. Civil enabling works, so the digging the holes, the cutting pipe materials out and reinstating the roads, etc., are on top of that. Preliminary estimate of around $100,000 for that work. We haven't yet identified the sites. As much as possible, we're looking at keeping them out of busy roads to minimise traffic management costs, potentially identifying sites outside of the road surface. So we'll aim to keep that down as much as possible, but the estimate I've got at this stage is 100,000.
So that figure on number 2, is that needing to change to 300 or 350? I'm just trying to clarify.
No, I think we can move it to 300,000 at the moment. We believe that would be adequate.
Okay, thank you. Right, do I have anyone that's willing to move those first two? Councillor Cowles, do I have a seconder? Councillor Linwood. So that's just to clarify, that is changing that number 2 to 300,000 instead of 250. You're both comfortable with that change? Right, so now we're open to discussion. Councillor Cowles, did you want to lead there?
Look, just echoing what's already been said, I guess it's giving us some surety of actually what needs to be done. Yeah, I mean, the fact it's budgeted for, I think it's a pretty simple one. I think let's get these two in the pipeline and working, and number 3 is the one we've got the discussion on.
Councillor McCone.
Could I just suggest, please, that when we do get numbers like this, that we have a list of what that will cost, but the whole cost, the remediation of what we dig up and everything else, because it's easier for my head to work out with the numbers. So it's not being a criticism. I'm just asking for the total cost of the whole job across what we're looking at. Thank you.
Right, so if there's no other commentary there, I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye. And against? That's carried. So now we'll move on to number 3, which is probably a little bit more meaty, and I think it's, did you want to add anything to that conversation, Paul or Paul?
No, I think really happy to answer as many questions as we can in relation to this third item, just to help with the process. Really can't add a lot now, but yeah, I think the questions will be appropriate.
And just from, I guess, a political space, just to launch into this conversation, we've obviously had a water plan turned down. I think all indications show that it's not palatable to the minister or anyone for us to continue on their internal work. So we are looking through this to look at joining with others to make the basically get their plan approved. And so this conversation is a precursor to us making a decision as to which direction we do go in. And it's looking at us doing a little bit more work in those spaces. And we're having a few conversations as well as a governance team in those spaces, just to make sure we're very aware of the lay of the land, so that when we have a decision to make, which is going to happen probably earlier than we get a full report on information, but I think that's a conversation for another day. At the moment, it is just a conversation around, we're reopening, looking at opportunities, because we need to direct staff in that way, because at the moment, the last directive we've had to staff has been to keep the water internal. So this workload needs to have a recommendation alongside it. So I'll open for questions. Councillor McCone, you're waving your pen around like you want to say something.
Yeah, it's crystal ball gazing number 3, and I think we've done a lot of it. To me, there's 2 bases in there: is what does central government really want us to do, and we're sort of second guessing them a wee bit. And the answer for that one really relies on where the boundary is for the province of Otago and Canterbury, whether it goes up the middle of the river or we stay within the ECAN or the environment target boundaries, because we're in the unenviable position of being a foot in both camps. And so to take that further, if we go into what is proposing with the reduction of the regional councils and everything else, where do we sit? Because the decision is to be made. We're paying 2 lots to mural forums, a whole lot of other different things that we're double dipping in, that we actually could turn around and be far more economic and sensible in what we do.
And I guess to answer that question, that's probably where we're at the moment, that we've now entered a space which is probably outside of where other councillors had their conversations, where we know a whole lot more than what we knew when we first discussed water services delivery plan. So now we also know what it looks like in the scope of the wider picture, which is local government reform, regional council reform. And, the suggestion within the regional council reform space is that we sit with Otago. There's a little asterisk by that, recognising we've got a bit of our conversation or a bit of our community within the Canterbury region at the moment. There's a lot of feel out there, and we're going to have some discussions on how we talk to our community in the tight timeframes we're going to have. And I think the river is key to that. We've had those discussions first and foremost around the council table, because that river is going to have to be something there's a bit of clarity on before we're going to be able to move clearly into a space. And we're working on trying to set up a few meetings with a few MPs across the motu, just to clarify our concern, because I think that will become insurmountable if we're not clear on that. And that's where it's cleared and muddied the water, so to speak, in this conversation right now, because all of a sudden that step in either direction feels much more loaded than it probably did originally. So that's the space we're operating in at the moment. But I'll move to Councillor Cowles.
Thank you, Mayor Taverneau. I think, I guess my question is, I'm not sure it's to Paul or Alex, but or maybe even Amy may want to comment on this. Obviously, with the reforms, what do we have we had any time to, from your guys operationally, to think how this decision may affect the longer term around the regionality side of things? I know for me, when I made the decision about putting it in-house and giving us more time, it was around this being, for me, I suppose the regional thing had been discussed at a high level. We didn't expect it to be through so quickly. And now it does muddy the waters a little bit for us, because our source of water is the same as many other regions around us. And if we're going to be managing that water and also looking, at a higher level, I'm wondering whether we should be looking from that top to tail type of view. But I'm just wondering whether that's something that's being thought of.
Pass that one to Alex.
Yeah, so simple answer to your question is no, we haven't had time to analyse it. And I think it's a week ago that this came out in terms of proposals. And I think, it potentially muddies the water a bit in terms of thinking about where we should go. But I think we're not going to resolve that before you need to make a decision, because the resolution of that sits with the minister ultimately. And it will depend on the discussions we have with neighbouring councils. And I think whilst it seems that things are moving fast, actually the process set out by the ministers is quite a time length to it. There will need to be legislation. I think their timetable at the moment doesn't envisage that will be in this parliamentary term. It envisages it will be the next parliamentary term, and then there's a process for the mayors to work through. That process will need to be designed. So I think we need to think about it in terms of what would be our potential red lines in whatever arrangements we arrive at for the future of local government. And I'd be suggesting that the arrangement where we sit in two regions as a relatively small council is costly to us, and it's confusing for our residents. The fact that you have one set of rules one side of a road and another side of the road, it just doesn't make any sense to them. But it costs us in terms of being part of those arrangements, and the practicalities of it going forward are going to get more difficult. So most councils will have a small number of councils to work with in terms of the future of the RMA and spatial planning. Will be part of a group, if you exclude the regional councils, we'll be part of a group of 19 councils trying to decide what the regional spatial plan looks like as it impacts Waitaki. So I'd say a red line we might want to consider is that we're not going to be in two regions going forward. We need to be in one region, and whatever region that is, there needs to be a meaningful role for this council or whatever its successor looks like in the management of the Waitaki River, because it is so important to our local economy. And apart from that, you can't actually then determine what else it's going to look like going forward. That we are at the start of what is, a lengthy process with a lot to consider in it for every council.
Councillor Thelnan.
Yeah, I concur with Alex fully. The river's critical. It's our electricity comes from the air, the irrigation water, our drinking water. I think I'd quite like more information on the Timaru one for that reason, because no matter what region we end up in, our drinking water is still going to be coming from there, as well as those other critical things. So we've heard a lot. There's less time to look at Timaru, which is less developed. But is there enough time to get some idea at least, even if we've been making a decision down the track about which direction we go, with less information than we do with the southern option? I think the simple answer is there's time to do something, but whether it's enough for you all to be satisfied that you've got direct comparisons, we'd use the time available so that we can get as close to being able to compare the two options as possible. We have got a basis to start on in terms of the modelling with the 4 South Canterbury councils, including ourselves. We might need to update that a bit, including potentially just 2 or maybe 3 councils, as Mackenzie had their plan rejected, so they might still be in the mix of that. The challenge is that they were done with slightly different assumptions, so comparison like for like is challenging, and I guess we'll need to interrogate with Timaru and with our consultants as to whether we're going to remodel it all so that we use exactly the same assumptions, so it's as close as possible, and whether there's time for that. So there's time to do something, but whether it's time enough to do everything that you'd want to see, I'm not sure at the moment. We need to work that through.
Mr. Hope.
And I think in addition to the financial modelling, I think that there are a number of now reasonably well-established models in terms of commitment agreements and sort of the type of arrangements that could be put in place. So that's not starting from scratch. It may be, essentially the question may be how different would any arrangement be away from, I suppose, what is almost developed as the standard. If it's going to be significantly different, then that would create a number of issues in terms of, well, what will it be instead? But if it is something that's quite consistent with, say, the southern arrangement, sort of almost one council, one vote, ring fencing, the establishment process of how the joint CC, all of those things, they're almost yes, no answers. How quickly we can get yes, no's out of Timaru, because we would need to ask. We're not going to know until we get there.
I guess on that one council, one vote, that's one thing that was canvassed with Timaru councils or council when they were here earlier in the week, last week, wasn't it?
Yes.
This week,
Yes.
yesterday. My goodness. Things have been moving fast. Was that one council, one vote ethos as well. So yeah, I guess is there any other questions? I'll go to Councillor Lewis.
I was just going to raise the thing as well, that with regards to looking north, we're really only talking 2 waters, because there's still that storm water sitting in a different space, and how that is actually going to play out with regards to us being able to do that and where that happens.
So I think, that was picked up, and I think whilst Timaru have elected to keep stormwaters in-house, in setting up a CCO, there would be the ability for that CCO to be able to do 3 waters for some of the members and 2 waters for others. I don't think that's as bigger issue as maybe we thought it might have been.
Councillor Schlack and then Councillor McCone.
Yeah, it's just more of a general question. Don't even require an answer right now, but not being quite across the political spectrum of the regional developments are happening. But I remember clearly, Mayor Taverdale, a couple of weeks ago in Dunedin, you told the conference there we were in the naughty corner, and I've heard Mr. Palmer referred to as the orphan childs. I just wonder now, and of course all these other districts around us have had their plans submitted and approved before this regional deal was announced last week. So I'm just starting to wonder, have we gone from being an orphan child to basically being flavour of the month?
My response to that is I don't know if we're necessarily orphan child. I think this whole conversation has been surpassed in a lot of ways, but it's not made it any easier because of decisions made by councils earlier within their timeframes that they were supposed to make decisions in and get things approved within. Things aren't set up along the regional boundaries in a lot of ways. So, there is an argument that perhaps we don't need to do that. I guess in workload and creating partnerships and stuff, there's probably a lot of alignment to do that, and it's looking to the future as to what local government and our organisation could look like. So it is really hard to know how important that conversation is, and we're a wee bit reading the tea leaves, to be fair. Councillor Schlack.
Yeah, I did pick up, well, maybe it was just me, but I did pick up yesterday morning that Timaru was quite keen on basically forming a CCO with us, primarily around the numbers that we could bring to the table.
It certainly plays a part. Councillor McCone.
Yeah, I just got to be very careful, and this is my mind, with 2 or 3 waters, we've actually got 4 waters, because of the bulk of our majority, of which whoever we join with are provincial and rural, and pretty much they use stock water as drinking water, or as potable water nowadays. But they do not have storm or wastewater issues. So those issues are urban or larger town sites. So we've got to be very careful who or what or which direction we decide to go to, that it's like for like. So we're not, because if we don't, the benefits of bulk buying and everything else go out the window, because we're just covering such a huge area of one system.
Can I just pick up the rural water one? So obviously there's work done with Southern Water because most of the councils there had rural water schemes with going to stock. So there was an approach agreed there. I think in terms of if we were to look north, going with Timaru, obviously that approach hasn't been developed, but it could be. Timaru has rural water schemes with a lot of water going to stock as well. I don't know whether we'd be able to get that done in time for a decision, but certainly, if that was the direction we wanted to go, we could do that in terms of the fourth water, as we call it.
I suppose what I'm really trying to say, the easy way of sorting that out is gravity schemes. That's the easiest way because most of them are run under gravity.
And I guess that's a conversation for when we have to make this decision, and it's something that needs to feed into the information we receive around it. Just to move the meeting forward, I think that number 3, we're probably not in a space. I don't enjoy the either or portion of this at the moment because I don't think we're ready to be in that space. So I'm going to move from the chair that agrees to conduct further investigations of alternate service delivery models, the same as it has been, with a focus on Timaru, Waitaki-based arrangements and rejoining Southern Water collaboration. Just really recognising that we aren't looking at any other options outside of those at this stage because we just do not have the capacity, but we are looking across both of them at this stage, and we will make a decision on that in our next meeting. So seconded by Deputy Mayor Ryan. Right, so I'll put that to any comments on that? Councillor Cowles.
Thank you. I would, I've heard today we need to move one or the other, and I think, with our discussion, we're well aware of that. I think we were pretty comfortable with where we were at Southern Water and the information we have. So I think this is an opportunity to be able to sort of compare the apples a little bit moving forward. So I'll be very comfortable with this motion, but yeah, obviously we have to move quickly. Cheers.
Right, Councillor Lewis, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just basically wanted to echo what Councillor Cowell said. I think we do need to investigate it. Can I just clarify one thing? Are we looking at, was there a change of wording to the arrangement with regards to Timaru, Waitaki, or rejoining the Southern Water collaboration, or and rejoining? And so that is a change on that. Thank you for that.
Removing either and adding and.
Thank you.
So basically, it's not meaning we're not doing either. We're looking at both at this stage. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you. And just echoing the comments that Councillor Cowles and Lewis have made. And I guess I do want to acknowledge the huge amount of work that's gone into this, particularly given the pace of change that we're working with at the moment. I'm really comfortable with where we've landed here. I've always been open to collaboration and exploring the different models where they can deliver better outcomes for our communities. And I think this decision has such long-term consequences, and it's important that we, even with the tight timeframes, have enough information in front of us to be able to make that informed choice. I do want to acknowledge, the feedback that we received from our community and consultation last term, because, there was an expression in favour of retaining that in-house model. And that was an important part of that decision-making that we made earlier. But at the same time, the national picture has really continued to shift here. And that doesn't invalidate the community's views, but it does mean that we need to consider those alongside a really challenging and changing environment. So, I'm also keen we don't sort of approach this as like a tick box exercise, but actually being really genuinely open to getting as much information as possible to support our decision within those tight timeframes. So it's complex, but I think it also presents some opportunities to get things really right for Waitaki for us.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah, Panini.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm supportive of this. I think it's important in principle that we consider and look at partnerships and how to work together to develop or redevelop and re-envisage a future model. And I think it's important also for the community that the speed of change is occurring much faster then they will actually understand and keep up with. So I think as much as possible, we bring, like, and we advise and we inform the community around the information that we're getting, but also acknowledging that there are some hard decisions that we just have to carry on and make, given the timeframes that are provided and also with the information that we have. So partnerships are critical at this time. Government wants us to package things up, make it a bit simpler for them. We've got a facilitator online, and thank you for supporting us during this. And she's also able to help send through messages from Waitaki up to the minister as well. So it can be a two-way collaborative process as much as possible. So yeah, I'm supportive. I have shifted, like from the in-house model. I'm such a hardcore, kind of supporter of localism and retaining things, but in reality, we do have to be open-minded and consider, what are the partnership arrangements, what are the principles that we can share, and I want to put a plug in for iwi as well. They're another valuable partner that we can consider, and everyone can put all of their ideas on the table and kind of come up with a really good outcome and solution for the community. So yeah, supportive of this. Thank you.
Yeah, and just recognising where this does give us a little bit more time to have a fuller conversation and to understand a little bit more, probably not a lot more, as to what it means in the wider picture. And yeah, just I guess the same as Deputy Mayor, acknowledging that this isn't where the conversation went with our community, and it's a hard thing to shoulder in that space. But I think that the position we're in, and having a facilitator, hi Amy, online does suggest that what we were doing was not going to be palatable and we weren't going to get it over the line. So we're in a different space now, and we're having to respond accordingly. I'm not sure, Amy, whether or not you wanted to add anything to the conversation before I put.
Oh, look, can I just make a couple of really general comments? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in terms of that discussion with DIA and the wider reforms, obviously that was one of the questions I put to DIA and the Minister around, is there anything from this that Waitaki needs to be mindful of in choosing, whether it might look north or south? And the answer was a very simple no. In respect of water, you should go with the grouping that you feel most comfortable with. And I think in some ways you're in a good position in that even if you make either choice A or choice B in respect of water services delivery, it doesn't actually predetermine what working arrangements you may end up with in terms of regional structures. So you don't have to feel like you're picking a horse irrevocably, although obviously those will be factors that you'll be considering in your decision. The second thing I would probably just say, and even though it's outside of my remit, but just in that regional discussion and what might work best, I think you'll find the first question you get from ministers and MPs and the like is, well, what would you like? What arrangements do you think would work best? My sense talking to Minister and DIA to date is that they don't have a firm view of how Waitaki should straddle the Otago and Canterbury regions. And I think they'll be really keen on some proactive suggestions from you as to how you'd like that structured. So I think you've got a really open page to decide and promote and advocate for the arrangements that work best for you. I think the one message that I guess it does send, and it's won't be a surprise to any of you, is that definitely that sort of collaborative approach to working with other councils is the direction of travel, which I think just further supports the decisions you're making today. So look, I think that's all really positive progress. You've got two very good options on the table for you to consider. And as I've discussed with the Mayor and with your Chief Executive in our discussions, while obviously the sooner you're in a position to make that decision, the better, you obviously have to balance that with ensuring you've got the information you feel you need to be best cited. So it is on the one hand, on the other hand. But look, I think there's some really good progress being made. And the willingness from everyone, to the point that was made around the table, I think it was Councillor Sven. The nice thing is that you've got two very willing partners. There's no sense of you having missed your window and now being in a disadvantaged position. Quite the contrary is true. There's two options who are both very keen to work with you and develop options. So that puts you in a better position than perhaps you had initially feared. That was all I'd like to say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. Right, so I'm going to put that. So the recommendation was on the board, but essentially it was as it was sitting, just with the removal of the word either and putting and instead of or. So there it goes on the screen. Everyone's clear on what we're voting on. I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye. And against, that's carried. Thank you very much, and thank you, Amy, for joining us today in that conversation. And absolutely thanks to staff. We're recognising still looking openly at two options certainly puts a lot of pressure on, and especially with the timeframes and time of year on top of that. So we just want to absolutely thank you for and your team for everything that you are doing. We recognise this is a position we didn't want to find ourselves in, but I think it's the way forward that we need to be able to make a well-informed decision in the new year. So with that, we will exit for lunch and we'll be back at 1 p.m. So we're beaten into that time, but we might go actually for 1:09. Someone joining us 1 o'clock. So in person.
It's fine, get it sorted there.
So
I'll get 5 past
1:05.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everyone, and thank you for a nice quick lunch break there. So we're moving now on to the Amarama Airfield. So that is page 213 in the agenda, and the annual report lies under attachments, which is on page 188 for councillors. And I'll just invite Clive Geddes up to the table to introduce your annual report. And just wanted to say, first of all, the work involved in this and what you guys are achieving as a group is pretty phenomenal, because it's a shoestring budget and we know that we get your brilliant services free of charge, and we appreciate the work you do. So, passing on to you.
Good afternoon, Bishop, councillors and members of the executive.
Oh, sorry, we'll get the microphone turned on. No, you're good to go now.
14 officers. Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors, members of the executive. My name is Clive Geddes and I'm the chair of the Amarama Airfield Company Limited, in which the Waitaki District Council is a 50% shareholder, along with the Amarama Soaring Centre, which is an incorporated society whose members are the South Island and Lower North Island gliding clubs. I'm here to present the performance report and take any questions arising from it or from the statement of intent previously filed with council. The past, excuse me, the 24-25 year, for the first time in the previous 5, showed an increase in the level of gliding activity on the airfield and a commensurate increase in landing fee, 5% levy and ground rentals. That I'm pleased to be able to report outside of that reporting period in the current year, that growth has continued. The airfield has focused for the last 7 years on holding the cost of flying out of Amarama, and that cost falls into 2 large parts. Firstly, the landing fee, which applies to every aircraft that takes off and lands back at Amarama. Secondly, the 5% levy that we impose on all commercial activity that takes place on the airfield, and that ranges from the gliding maintenance workshop coming from Auckland for 2 weeks to the commercial operators on the airfield. We also collect revenue from rentals, ground rentals on hangars and ground rentals on parking spaces. So we've held those costs for 7 years now, which has been a real achievement in my view for the company to achieve that, given that we had COVID come through the middle of it and flying essentially stopped for 1.5 seasons. We are now in a position where we're increasing activity, and we will now be reviewing all of the charge out rates for change at the end of this current year. Is it appropriate for me, Your Worship, to make a couple of comments on matters that we've addressed in the last 3 months that will have perhaps put the performance report into context?
I think it's helpful.
Okay. So unexpectedly, the company has had to address the matter of the operation of launch services, that is the ownership of tow planes. And we have had to step in and take ownership of the 2 tow planes that operate out of Amarama in order to ensure 2 things. Firstly, a continuity of service, and secondly, a stable charge out rate for tows. A simple example is this. An average tow for a glider out of Amarama is currently between $120 and $140 per launch. The position we were faced with as a company was that the then tow operator, under management of the local gliding club, was intending to lift that rate so that the average tow would have been between $150 and $180, and at the same time put a surcharge of up to $40 per tow on pilots who were not members of that organisation. If you've ever felt that you're going to be strangled by your neighbour, I can sympathise. It presented the company with an untenable position. And so with the support of council, we have moved to own and operate those tow planes. And to date, that service is operating very smoothly indeed. We're very comfortable with it. You will also be interested in our progress with land sales. We did a 12-lot subdivision on Nimbus Drive, supported by development loans and the deferment of financial contributions from council. And to date, we have sold 3 lots, 1 to settle in the next week or so, and we have another 2 on offer. Our intent is to repay the council loan as a priority from these sales until that is at 0, to retain a reserve that we're currently estimating for the renewal of the airfield irrigation system. And thirdly, if there is enough money left in the bank, which we expect there might be, we would look seriously at a dividend, a good faith dividend to both council and the Marama Soaring Centre as shareholders. And we believe that having done that, we would then be in a position to sit on the other 8 lots until such time as the market continues to pick up. So those are some comments that may put some of the matters in the performance report and the statement of intent into context for you. And I'm very happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Councillor Cowles.
Thank you. Really pleased to hear the progress and everything that's happening, and also wanted to recognise, as a board of directors who are voluntary and very passionate about Marama and the airfield. It's really great to see the forward thinking of how to sustain and keep moving forward. I know Clive Wood had a bit of a discussion about what the change in structure has meant in the way of your budgeting and how you've had to budget. I'm just wondering whether you could elaborate on that a little bit for us. And then also just let us know if there's any other things that are in the long-term pipeline that maybe you're looking at.
Thank you. The council resolved to release the Marama Airfield Company from the council-controlled organisation status, and that really is appreciated. However, we were sandbagged by our requirement to change our accounting standards to Tier 2 and Tier 3, and at the same time surprised by our auditor wanting to audit our most recent revaluation of the asset for reasons that were not explicable to the board. A valuation is a valuation. It's completed by a professional party. It's a serious document, and it's filed with the owner of the land, and how it could possibly be subject to audit at a cost of $2,800 is beyond us. So we have not had the headroom around accounting standards, Your Worship, that we expected, because the cost of auditing the valuation and shifting to Tier 2 and Tier 3 total 12 grand. So this current year, we are no longer a council-controlled organisation, and we are aiming to complete audit which is required by the Constitution, where our accountant advises us that we should be able to complete audit for between $5,000 and $6,000, and that will release about $18,000 back into the cash flow. You may have noticed in the statement of intent that there is a loss budgeted for in the current year. It's come about for 2 reasons. You may also have noticed the auditor rapping us over the knuckles that our statement of intent budget was not good enough because it was just a cash in, cash out statement and not a performance statement. And we accept that criticism. The deficit is largely depreciation, I think probably in the order of $58,000 or $60,000. And in the past, the company has operated at a modest annual loss, but in the current year, it will be profitable. So in January, the board's priority is to recast the budget for the current year now that, excuse me, so that it accurately reflects the accounting standards that we've adopted, and we will provide a copy of that to the shareholders, obviously including council.
Thank you. I will take a question from Councillor Thelnan.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for providing an excellent airfield. I've used it a few times, enjoyed a few coffees at the Pink Lighter. You've answered a few of my questions about the budget. I just have a couple of questions about the new tow planes. And I've had a bit of a chat with Simon this morning, who's also on the board, and he's answered quite a few of them. Sounds like they're good quality aircraft with that have been there for a while and will do the job well, and there's good strategic reasons to have them. My questions are, do you, when you're calculating the charge out rate for them, are you intending to put in a depreciation factor so that when come time to replace the airframe, because I know the propeller and the engine and that'll be overhauled and replaced as a matter of that, but come time to buy a new plane, will there be depreciation funds aside for that?
We have an aircraft maintenance program that we understand exactly in both aircraft, a Pawnee and a Fat Man. A Fat Man is the genuine aircraft name, by the way, not made up. We understand very clearly what the component times are and what the cost of replacement is, and those are factored into the operating cost for the aircraft. If they are maintained to their current standard, it is unlikely that their value would drop below what it is now. Our longer term ambition is for two reasons, is to move into more cost effective aircraft that will have a higher capital cost but a lower operating cost, and therefore lower tow rates. And we have looked in the past month at the feasibility of using an electric winch to launch gliders from the airfield. There is currently a diesel-powered winch on the airfield, doesn't belong to the company, but our 3 to 5 year strategy is to shift out of the aircraft that we have into more cost-effective, smaller aircraft and an electric winch.
Okay. Right, we might just cut the questions there for now. We'll get a chance to work with you guys in the coming year as to what a statement of intent and things like that look like. But thank you very much for your time today. And councillors, I'll ask for someone to put the recommendations that we've got around the Aramarama Airfield report on page 213. Moved by Councillor Cowles, seconded Councillor Thelnan. Any other questions? I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And against, that's carried. Clive, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I just say that the support that this council as a shareholder has given this company over the last 2 years has been extraordinary. And it has actually, in my view, meant the company has been able to survive some quite difficult times and is now getting into a financial position where you're not going to have to worry about it again. And that support really is appreciated by the board and is also appreciated because we articulate it to all of the airfield users. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, councillors, I'm going to move us on to feedback for the project procurement plans. Page 134. Your agenda. All right, so does this get, is Mark, are you? Okay, so we've got Councillor Kells that's just going to pop away and join us online. And Paul, do you want to open us? Right, I'll pass it over to you, Paul.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just make some introductory comments and then pass over to Mark to answer any detailed questions and give a bit more information on the projects. Look, this is well, I find it it's an exciting development in terms of how we're operating in the procurement space. It is unusual for so many projects to be brought forward to council at once. But this is really just a reflection of the work the asset planning team, procurement team, and the infrastructure team trying to undertake to really ensure that we get maximum effect from any of the projects that we undertake. So the reason why there's so many is that they've really tried to look at what's the most effective way to deliver and achieve the objectives. And a lot of these instances, they've identified that bulking up a number of years of projects into one procurement process should deliver significant benefits to council. It's also reflects what we're hearing from the contracting community, that I'd like more certainty and sort of scale in a lot of the projects that we're undertaking so that they can undertake the planning and resourcing that they need to effectively deliver these, rather than looking at everything at an annual basis and just sort of doing piece, which makes their longer term planning really difficult. So, 3 or 4 of these projects really do reflect that. A couple of them are more straightforward, particularly the 2 financially assisted projects. But again, we've worked really hard with NZTA, our investment partner in those 2 spaces, to come up with, particularly in the pavement rehab space, the sort of the areas that will provide the greatest value to both NZTA and to council. So, this is just about the procurement approach. All of these projects were extensively discussed as part of the LTP process. There will be some flexibility in timing, but none of them are proposing to be over the budgets that have been allowed for in the long-term plan. And really, this is trying to really be proactive in this space, and, as I said, ensure sort of maximum return and value to council, and being very clear about what objectives we're trying to achieve in these spaces. And that's what this the report's designed to do. So, Mark, if you just want to add anything you want to, and then we'll open it up for questions. But yeah, as I said, I think this is a really positive development in terms of how we're approaching procurement and thinking about achieving what we've set out in the plan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Councillors, just introducing, we've got Elliot Wall with us today, who's our contract and procurement specialist. So he can dive into any questions you may have about the way we're going to procure these particular contracts. Pretty much just reiterating what Paul said. These contracts are actually quite complex in the way that there's other parties involved, other stakeholders, and they all have requirements that we need to meet. And so that's why these have become priority for us to get to the market in these bigger packages, to give more surety to contractors, but also an opportunity for them to actually upskill and move into other areas that are available to them that they don't currently work in at the moment. So it's quite good for the locals to be looking at these and going, what can we do to actually to actually help us deliver these particular projects. So there's five projects that are currently waiting to go to market, and the procurement process is request for proposal. The request for proposal is where we are asking the contractor to tell us how they would go about delivering the outcomes that we've asked for. So it's quite a different way to how we've worked in the past. It is moving in line with the new government rules of procurement, rule number 5, which is requesting that all of New Zealand move to the request for proposal as the standard procurement process. And then for smaller packages, they would just be like around a request for quote type procurement. So, and there's one retrospective. So we've actually already went to market with the tetrapods before realising that we needed to bring it past council for feedback on the proposal. So apologies for that. And there's 4 of the 5, there's 4 procurement plans in there. The one that hasn't got a procurement plan for you to look at is the Corridor water quality upgrade. And that is, but that is here because of its value, and it is likely to follow the same process.
Thank you, Mark.
Other questions?
Now, I will third question shortly, but the way I'm going to do this is we've been asked to put them one at a time. So I think it's probably simplest if we stick one lot of questions around each one at a time. So we'll start with the A, which is the Oamaru wastewater mains renewal. Is there any questions around that project? Councillor McCone.
I just would like a clarification, if that's okay. So what you're asking for is an approval to investigate this further, not approval to start this project. Is that what I'm understanding?
Thanks, Councillor McCone. So this is this process which is in line with the procurement policy, is to request feedback on the proposed procurement plan. And if it's approved, if you're happy with the way that we're proposing to procure this, we'll be going to market.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Slack, then Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you. So on that first project, you state in, or it's stated there in the agenda, access challenges exist where pipelines lack manholes. Do you actually know how big that challenge is and what it's likely going to be the outcome in terms of time and money to overcome these challenges? And I look at this and the process, the procurement process, from a point of view of risk. And just catching up on what Councillor McConnell, I think he was trying to ask another question, is I just want to state I have no issue at all with the actual procurement process that you're suggesting. Where I have somewhat of an issue is when we actually get to the decision making, but we'll deal with that when that comes. So question first is, do you actually understand, or do we know the scope and size of the challenges?
So for the wastewater main renewals, it's actually 4 separate packages, but it's one contract. And so the main priority is the 7th Street and Ribble Street, due to the work that NZT are going to do there. So we actually need to get that done, and we do know what we need to do there. When we get to package number 3 and 4, those packages are actually assessing the condition of our network to determine what work needs done. So it's quite a mixed bag, encompassing quite a lot of information gathering as well as actually doing over the 4-year period.
So if I understand this correctly, what you've just explained, part of all this is actually determining how big this challenge and what the actual challenges are to overcome and what they will cost in terms of money and time.
Yes, so mainly just package number 4, where we have got excess of 500 residences in the South Hill area who have the council waste mains running through their backyards, and we actually have very little information on. So that package is about putting cameras down all of those locations, confirming where they are, uncovering bits that are hidden under people's gardens, identifying whether they're under sheds, garages built over them, decks, those sorts of things.
There you go.
Just need to understand what
Oh,
is
you do
required in the
down here,
future.
then. Sorry.
Okay, we had a muting issue there for a second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you. Just probably more of an overall question, looking at the different procurement plans, local economic benefit is kind of consistently weighted at that 10%, but how is this sort of, I guess, differentiated in practice? Like how do we actually distinguish between like meaningful local economic benefit with that sort of quite broad definition, just wanting to make sure, it genuinely influences outcomes rather than just sort of being on paper?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So under the procurement policy, we have to give effect to broader outcomes, and one of those is local supply. And so what's happened with the new procurement rules that my colleague Angela mentioned in the panel this morning, is they've removed sort of the broader outcomes and moved towards this thing called local benefit or local business. And so we've taken that as a bit of adapted towards the Waitaki District flavour, combining those two while we're working on the transition process. And what that is we asked them, the contractor, to provide us with information about how they contribute to the local economy, and we give them a few examples of how they might do that. And so far, the response on procurement has been positive in that regards. We do have some contractors that we're working with to try and explain what this process means for them. But generally, it's two aspects to it. One is outlining how they're contributing to the economy, and it could be in terms of staff, local business, community groups, and also how they're going to report on that, because that's an important part of the new rules is it's no longer just something they say up front. They actually have to demonstrate that through the course of the contract as to how they are delivering on what they're promising.
Thank you. Now, Councillor McCone, we'll try and keep it short because we're going to have to keep things moving through.
That's okay, I understand that. So how much of that is also cost and efficiency? Because to me, that's the key, is the first part in any other contract. But the second part of this, it says here for this particular one that's been proposed to bring this in forward 1 or 2 years, but it's roughly about $2 million spread over the 4 years per year, roughly, is what it says here. How much of that is actual replacing what needs to be replaced as opposed to studies?
How much needs replaced? Sorry.
Yeah, so how much is actually going to be replaced as opposed to putting a pipe down the camera and saying we need to replace this further down the track? I'm trying to work out the actual capital cost and the benefit of what we're going to get for that capital cost.
Thank you. So within this package, the replacements are going to be along 7th Street for the entire length from Cross to Coquette, for the entire length of Coquette from Reed to Humber Street, for two large sections in Reed Street are getting replaced, and the section from Ribble to Orwell is being replaced, along with a section up in Greta Street, which I think is package number 3. So the only assessment work we are doing is package number 4, where we're diving into all the private properties to get a good handle on the condition of the asset that we actually have there.
Thank you. Right, we'll move on to 1A. Do I have someone that's willing to either move? Sorry.
Just thinking about Councillor McCone's earlier question, I think we need to be clear, if the plans are approved, they'll go out to market. If what comes back fits inside the budget, the issue here is that the chief executive will be delegated authority to basically sign off those contracts. So there won't be a further approval stage through council as long as it fits within budget and is meeting the objectives. So I just wasn't sure if that was clear enough.
Councillor Holding.
I just want to get some clarity around the breakwater one that we asked for retrospective Sorry?
We're still on 1A. so
Oh, you're going 1A. Oh, I thought you were trying to get it.
No, councillor Slack.
Yeah, I fully understand what you said there, Mr. Hopel, Madam Chair, that, and that's where for me, the crux of the matter is. So when we come to the actual debt decision, as in, I fully understand this is a procurement methodology that wants to pursue. No issue with it. It is what can encompass. So that is the part that I would like to address when we come to the actual decision making or passing the resolution. Do I make sense?
Not particularly.
The way that the resolution is framed, I would like to suggest or move a amendment to.
Are you talking whereabouts in the resolution? Because we're trying to put them one at a time. So are you talking about the overall wording at the top of 1 and A, or are you talking about something further on? I've been asked to put them separately, so I'm just trying to.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're going. I will have to find where we get to the actual decision-making part. Which is on page 139, where we have an option 1 and an option 2.
Okay.
So for clarity, the options are about supporting your decision making. The decisions are around the recommendations. So recommendation 1A through to F, and recommendation 2. Those are the decisions that are before you.
So, but it is providing feedback on as part of the first recommendation. So I guess around the 1A, it's in the 1A space where was there any recommendation that we want to feed into this decision?
If I can clarify on that, option 1, well, I'm just going to basically say how I think option 1 should be amended. The option 1, I would like to take out the words after the 1.5 million without providing additional feedback. And we're only talking about 1A here, okay? And I would like to take out the last sentence in that option 1, delegates the chief executive. And I'm happy to explain my reasoning why.
I think you're best to walk through your reasoning why at the moment, because this is on setting a bit of direction, but we're not actually, the procurement option right now is coming back for a process discussion. So we need to essentially just understand where everyone's coming from. When it comes to the delegates chief executive to award contracts, I think that's a fallout of everything here, but also I think it's probably something that we need to do to move forward, or we don't have a move forward.
Yeah, I'm trying to be as accommodating as I can here in my thinking. There is 1A, and I think it is 1C, which is the shore protection, right? I can see some risk in there that I would like to see addressed, and that we know, like we've just spoke about the challenges in 1A. So therefore, I would like to understand before, because this is one package, as in it's not only approving this procurement policy, the way I read it, it's also the delegation to the chief executive to go ahead with these projects. And I realize they fit within the LTP. However, I look at it from a point of view of risk, and I would like to understand the risk before we go on to actually going into a contract with these contractors. Do I make sense?
I'll pass to Mr. Neil and then I'll go on to.
Yeah, can I just clarify one thing here? What you're doing today is not approving a procurement policy at all. You're approving a procurement plan.
Yeah.
The previous councils, through their long-term planning, have all put these projects on the slate for them to be progressed. And so there has already been a significant discussion about whether these projects should be in the plan or not in the plan. What happens now as part of the policy is that if you tick the box for these to go through on a singular basis or on a collective basis as all of them, then they will go out to procurement, and assuming it comes in odd budget, and according to spec, then the policy that this council has is that authority is then delegated to the chief executive for him to continue to progress. So we don't constantly relitigate and relitigate and relitigate projects that have been approved previously, that have gone out for tender under an agreed procurement policy that meet all of the criteria, that can actually get kicked off.
I think just to add to that, it's that kind of where we sit in the strategy sense, and we set the strategy around this, and this is at play. And then when it comes to the risk, that's a conversation that does feed into the conversations we have around the risk discussion, which sits in the power committee, because that's a valid thing for you to be across and to understand where our risks lie. But when it comes to particular projects, we'd be here forever if we decided that we needed to have oversight, because it's a level of detail that's not appropriate for councillors to be sitting in. Mr. Brown?
I just say, I think most of, well, what needs to be said has been said. It's, you know, the role of governance is really, first of all, agreeing the budget. So that's what the last council did with the LTP and put those in there. And then agreeing the outcomes that need to be delivered. And then my job with my team, I will be accountable then for delivering what you as governors, as council have asked me to do. And then you're quite within your rights to pull me up if I haven't done that right, if I haven't managed the risks correctly, or me and my team haven't managed the risks correctly. I'm quite happy to report back on all of these through my quarterly report that I give to council. You know, it's one of the areas we've been discussing about giving an oversight and, you know, update on the capital programme and how that's progressing. So you can, in your governance role, have an overview of that and make sure that I'm doing what I need to do.
Thank you. First of all, I used the wrong words here. No. This is procurement plans. Yes, I acknowledge that, not policy. I can't help myself if I see something like this. And can I remind you, I wasn't part of the LTP discussion. I would have already pulled it up then, to be honest. I can see some significant risk, particularly in the third project, or the project number C. Been there, done that. And this is a problem that could very easily occur in 5 years' time. And whether that would be me or you will still be there, nobody knows. So I find compelled to bring this up, as in I see a project here that has considerable risk out of my experience. Now, I take completely on board what you've said, and I'm happy to accept that. But I think I would be amiss not bringing that to the table and saying, sorry, guys, I've been there, done that, and I see a big risk here that we are going to have a problem with, and we will have a problem with, because after all, the agenda tells us that we're going to have a problem with it in 5 or 10 years' time, which you probably want to address now. So I'm happy to leave it at that.
No, I understand, and I think as well, just feel free that you can request of staff how risks are being managed, so you can get an understanding and make sure there's a bit of comfort in that space. So it's just working out where we have each conversation. Councillor McCone.
I endorse the same reservation as France, but I understand on the other side where it's coming from. And I'd like to see that a bit more robust. So if this is over a 4-year project, the end date is June 2029. So it's not used as a bank by contractors to do it. It's to do a job, get it done for the timeframes. And as long as it fits into our long-term plan budget. So don't forget, if you bring it forward a year, that's something else in that year that disappears. You can't double up and keep coming. It's finite. End of story. So I'm hoping that these are all very necessary things, and if we get on them without breaking the bank, because we've been told time and time again, we don't know what's around the corner with water. We've got some CapEx stuff that we can't afford even now, but we must do because it's part of the district. So we're taking a leap of good faith in trying this, but I just hope we got the right checks and balances and to make sure it works.
Right, so based on the conversation we've had, are we still wanting to walk through these one at a time? Or do we, was that a yep from somewhere there?
John said yes.
John says yep. All right, well, why don't we start with 1A? Have I got anyone that's willing to move that? So that's starting with the number 1 over the top being what you're covering, but A is the one we're talking about now. Do I have a mover? Councillor Linwood. Do I have a seconder there? Councillor Lewis. Right, any other discussion on that one? Right, I'll put that. I said we have some side discussions. Are we good? Ready to put that? All in favour, please say aye. And against? Okay, so there's an abstention by councillor Schlack. So that's passed. Okay, now we'll move on to corridor water quality upgrade, which is 1B. Do we have any additional questions on that? Councillor McCone?
No, I don't. I'd like to preclude it by moving that. This is part of some of our compulsory requirements. I don't think we've got a choice regardless what it is, as long as we work in conjunction with corridor water.
Thank you, hit the nail on the head. So moved by councillor McCone. We have a seconder. Councillor Thelning. Right, any other comments on that, councillors? Right, I'll put that all in favour, please say aye. And against? That's carried. Moving on to C, sealed pavement rehabilitation. Any questions on that, councillors? Councillor McCone.
Sorry to be a pain. The number you put at the top of that page, is that our percentage mark or is that the total percentage? Is that the percentage we're up for as a council without NZTA funding? And the second part of that is, are we assured we'll get the NZTA funding for the balance?
Good question there. So the NZTA funding on the rehabs is 57%. So the cost beyond that is the council's input. The sealed pavement rehabilitation has to go through a process where sites are identified. Then there's a mathematical equation that occurs that balances over a 30-year period whether continued maintenance is the best option or whether renewal is cheaper. Once we've completed that calculation and it proves that a renewal is cheaper, it then has to go back to NZTA for them to approve and recheck the calculations before we can actually put it in front of or put it out for market. So has been approved. The whole of the budget's been approved and it's part of the NZTA 3-year plan to support sealed pavement rehabs here in Waitaki.
Thank you. Now, just first of all, I'll go up. Councillor Cowles has his hand up. I'm not sure how long he's had his hand up for. Sorry, Councillor Cowles. Do you have a question there or a comment?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Sorry. No, just on this one. Just wondering, within that contract, please, is there a risk there to locking in one contract, or is that normally the way we do this, or if we looked at other ways of doing it in the way of smaller parcels, perhaps to see whether we can get better local value out of things? I guess that was one question I had. And the other one, how do we handle the volatility over a 3.5-year contract around bitumen fuel transport and those sorts of things, please?
Yeah, hi, councillor. Just for a bit of background information, historically, we have done individual portions of rehabilitations on a case-by-case basis. But what the market is telling us, particularly local contractors, is they're not interested in doing those small contracts anymore. To give you an example, last year we put out 4 rehabilitation projects by Christmas. And 3 of those ended up going to one contractor anyway, and the 4th one went to another. So it's more efficient, I think, for everyone all round if we package them up into one.
Just in addition, Councillor Cowles, this particular year's package is Battersby, Tussocky and Windsor Road. So they are within 5 kilometres of each other. So it makes sense for us, or we see better efficiencies for making that one package.
Thank you.
Councillor McCone, did you have anything further?
It just so I'm totally clear. So the 43% of which we're up for is the $2 million, or is that $2 million the total budget of which we are responsible for 43%?
Yes, that's correct. $2 million budget, which we're responsible for 43%.
Okay.
Right, so do I have anyone willing to move 1C? Do I have a move for 1C? Councillor Lewis. I have a second there. Councillor Lilmond. Any other discussion? I'll put that all in favour, please say aye. And against?
Aye.
That's carried. We move on to 1D. And just recognising that we've got the event centre, people waiting, so apologies for the wait on this. We're getting there. 1D, any questions on that, councillors? Did you have one there, councillor McCone?
It seems like a broken record, but so that's $10 million in total. You're saying that this project's going to cost to stop the sea washing away the road. Is that what this is saying here?
So the overall value of this particular project is 2 million. And it's special funding from NZTA. So every now and then they come out with a tranche of special funding that you have to meet certain criteria for. And so the asset team put in for this particular project. And so the FAR rate on this, which is the rate that NZTA is sponsoring, is 79%.
So you're saying this is only cost us 200,000?
400, yes.
Right, so any other questions on the councillor Linwood? No. You're happy to move? Right, so moved by councillor Linwood, do I have a seconder? Councillor Whanini. Right, any other comment there, councillors? I'll put that, oh, sorry. All in favour, please say aye. And against?
Aye.
So against is councillor McCone, and abstain is councillor Slack, but that is carried. So we move on to 1E, which is Oamaru Rural Water Main Renewals. Is there any questions on that? You're smiling me. Is that a hand up?
So do we have an idea of the pipe size and what it is costing? Because according to the figures I've worked out, that works out about $270 a metre to replace. And I'm just wondering what the pipe size is and methodology used for it.
I think we can take that offline to keep things moving. Thank you. Any other questions, councillor? You're happy to move it? Moved. Do we have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Ryan. Right. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Councillor Slack.
Just want to emphasise the procurement plan that you're going. I fully support going to the contractor, working with the contractor. I think it's a great idea. It's just I have some concerns around the risk management of them. That's all.
Understood, and I think we can absolutely work through them. So I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. And against? That's voted against by councillor McCone, and other than that, it is carried. Right, so now we will go to the retrospective approval. Thank you. So we can't really do a lot with this because it's retrospective anyway. But moving on to 1F, the Oamaru Breakwater Maintenance Project, councillor Holden.
I'm just wondering, so in 2021, we spent 657,000 on the breakwater that was supposed to extend the life for like 30 years. And we did another 2,000 tonne in 2023. Did it not work, or why are we going back and bringing this forward and doing another major project retrospectively?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Holden. So the rock that we keep putting on the breakwater keeps washing away. So when we got a budget put together for this, originally the LTP approved it at I think 200K per year. And we sat down around the table and we go, well, is there a better way? So what we've done is we've actually put the 9 years budget into a package, and we've said, well, what can we do with this that will represent better value for money? And we looked at the tetrapods, for example, that are there, and they've been there for 60 years and haven't moved. So that was the thinking behind going out as a single package, as what's going to provide better resilience for the breakwater, and also what's going to be better value for money for ratepayers in the long term. Does that answer your question?
And what would it mean bringing the 1.95 million to rates in 2 years?
Can you keep your microphone on while you still talk?
given the state of the construction industry and inflation costs at the moment, I think you'll find there's no time like the present. And the anticipated cost of inflation, just as that alone, is going to exceed the interest costs if we were to front foot.
Councillor Slack.
Just a quick one. The tetrapods are manufactured locally or they brought in from somewhere else?
Yes, so the proposal was for contractors to build the tetrapods here because we actually own the molds for them. Yep.
Fantastic. Right, do I have a mover? Thank you, councillor Slack. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Linwood. Right, any other discussion on that, councillors? Councillor Holding?
Sorry, just supplementary. How many of those 27-ton rocks actually got washed away? What sort of percentage of that project?
I think we probably need to take that offline as well. Sorry, councillor Holding. Interesting, but right, so I'm gonna exactly put that. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And against? That's carried unanimously. And then we'll move on to number 2, which is delegates the chief executive to award contract subject to being within budget. Do we have a mover or any questions on that, I guess? Right, do I have a move? That moved councillor Lewis, seconded councillor Slack. Right, any other commentary? I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye. And
Aye.
against? That's carried. Was that against councillor Holding or was that an aye? All right, so we got there. Thank you, team. Thank you very much for your work in this space. And now we'll move on to the event centre discussion. Apologies, we are running well behind time on that one. I wonder if we want to have a couple of you guys up at the table too, in case there's any questions. Right. Okay, so page 141, councillors. Move straight into it and I'll pass over to Mr. Palmley to introduce.
So I'll start on this and I'll hand over to Ms Nichols to say anything else she wants to add in terms of her report as the project sponsor for this. I just want to first of all start off recognising the success of the project to date. This is a partnership project. This is, council working with a community in the form of Event Centre Trust, but increasingly with Network Waitaki as the naming rights sponsors as well, being involved in there, and other stakeholders. And I think it's a fantastic example of what we can achieve when community and council work together on a shared ambition. And this is a big ambition. But in working together in partnership, it's not always easy, and there's difficult decisions to make along the way. And we've worked those through. Many people have put a lot of time into this, a lot of their own time. I think we need to recognise that, and in particular recognise Kevin and Adair and the trust for the sterling efforts in raising the millions of dollars required to help build this centre. I think the last council, and this is important context for you new councillors, the last council took the brave decision to press ahead with this project, with the trust, when all the funds had not been raised at that stage. And to do that, within the report, there was set out a clear risk management plan to ensure that the council was not landed with costs that were not budgeted for. And so that involved a number of things. So first of all, the design of the event centre always included grandstand and those offices and other facilities. But as part of mitigating the risks and where we were at with the funding at that stage, it was agreed to break it down into phases. Phase 1 being what's being built at the moment, and phase 2 being the grandstand and the offices and the other facilities once we were clearer on the financial position. We also, as part of that risk mitigation, deferred some aspects. So Apollo Projects is a successful bidder for the contract. costed those out, but they weren't in the original fixed price contract. They were to be decided upon as we were clearer on the funding position. So that included things like certain fit out items and equipment and seating, and that was about managing the risk to the council, to the ratepayer, so that we didn't end up putting more into this project than we had budgeted for. The fixed price contract was part of that as well for the main construction work, so that we knew what financial envelope we were working in, and having a healthy contingency sum. And there's been much debate around the table throughout that as to what the healthy sum was and whether it was too much or not. But it was good to have that there to mitigate the risk of everyone. So the facility, which I know you went to last week, that's emerging, it's a fantastic facility. It's going to serve our community well, and it's going to draw money into our district as well, bringing the money in to be spent with our local businesses as well. So the decision today is really about allowing that second phase to progress to complete the facility as originally designed. And the recommendations in here allow the council to support this within the agreed financial commitments and envelope already made to the centre, so no additional capital costs to the council. And in return for that, that will draw in millions of dollars of other funding to be invested in our district and in a facility that the council will operate for the benefit of everyone. And as was stated this morning, not just rugby, lots of other events as well. I think one of the things to highlight in here, though, was that the last council decided and made a resolution that if there was an underspend in the budget, that should come back to offset the cost to ratepayers. And so that's part of what's here before you today, because the project is on time and it's forecast to deliver under budget. So it won't use up all of that contingency that was in there. So the recommendation to you today is to allow that phase 2 to progress by using some of that contingency that we don't think will be used that's already been allocated to this project. I'd just like to highlight something else in here as well. So in recommendation 1, and reading through again, I thought, we should have probably spelt this out a bit more. This is about agreeing to loan funding to cover the timing of the difference between costs being incurred and sponsors funding coming in. And so, we have sponsorship agreements in draft with a number of sponsors, and some of them are wanting to pay over a number of years, which takes us beyond the cost time for when we're expending money. So essentially, by the end of this financial year for phase 1, we will have completed the expenditure on this project, but some of the funds to cover that will come in later. So I just wanted to highlight that one is about essentially giving me the authority and having the financial capacity to be able to agree to those sponsorship deals, which we really want to do, and so that the council would essentially be forward funding them, but at no cost to the ratepayer. Amanda, did you want to add anything in terms of your report?
I think you've captured it pretty well. I guess, the main point I wanted to make, obviously it's a decision around phase 2, and then this is quite a useful opportunity to bring all of those previous key council decisions around the funding into one place and look at just capturing exactly where the funding and the costs are at this point in time. And as Alex has outlined, it talks about the timing differences, how there's some that will come in later years, and I've given some indications of potential interest costs just based on an average rate. Another point I've had, some people have asked about the operating cost side of it. So in the long-term plan, we have budgeted operating costs for the event centre, and once we get a decision on phase 2 and understand the ownership structure and everything going forward, we'll be able to fine-tune those a lot more. But there is some budget in the board plan at the moment, and that will be fine-tuned, and you'll hear about that further at the appropriate time. And just I also wanted to point out that the letter we received from the Event Centre Trust, the figures correspond. We have been in communication monthly as the Apollo voices come in and that sort of thing. So we are on the same page about where we're at in terms of the funding and the cost side of it. Obviously, there is the original contingency was 2.6 million, and it's looking like we're not going to need to use all that, which is great. And that's why that second point there about whether we want to relocate some of that contingency to phase 2. I think that covers everything. Key points.
Right, council. So this conversation, it's obviously a movement away from where the last council lay on the decision. The big thing is on the efficiencies gained and where they lie with the cost of things when it comes to ratepayers and giving money back to council. So it's a bit of a tough one, and I get that it's sitting on everyone's shoulders quite a lot. This is certainly not an easy discussion. But just with that in mind, I'll open up to questions. Councillor Lewis.
The contingency of 2.6 million, we're looking at a sum here of 500,000, which would suggest that the contingency that would be spent would be 2.1 million. Is that where we're looking at, or is it actually less than that 2.1 of the 2.6?
I might start on that and I'd ask others. So I think it's not straightforward. So I thought this might be a question. So the original budget was 32.85 million. We're currently projected to spend just over 31 million. The budgeted contingency remaining would therefore be just short of 1.8 million. However, not all the funds have been raised. So whilst there's a budgeted contingency, that's not all funded at the moment. So the real remaining contingency as we stand at the moment with fundraising is 880,000. Yeah.
So
that makes sense. Sorry.
It does. No. So the proposal would be to take 500 out of that, and then the remaining 330, if it's unspent, comes back. Is that the understanding?
You want to go, Kevin?
But if that's different to the wording of your proposal number 2, so that is slightly different. But if in fact we're working on the funds raised now, which is 32 million and $70,000, so that's giving us an approximate contingency available of 880. If the trust got $500,000, we would then the only thing we'd want to do is look at, because we certainly don't want any of the funds that we raise to incur a cost on our ratepayers. We would just want to work with the finance team to ensure that we have got those correct, and we don't want to see any impost on the ratepayer. We would prefer that the full 880 came back to stage 2, but if there was an impost being created by later funding, we would be happy for that to be used to offset that. For instance, if the 350 figure wasn't exactly correct, I'm not saying it's not, I just haven't had the chance to go over that. If it was only 250, well, that would be we would take 880 plus extra, yeah, or 500 plus extra, yeah. Happy to accommodate that fund costing, yeah.
Can I just make a comment about the ones that are going to stretch with the sponsorship, for example, because of course we're working on a March balance date and council works on June, but there will only be potentially 2 that will do that, and one is Network Waitaki, and they are paying interest as part of their contract as well, so that will be neutral, and also one other, and who I won't name, and that will be also they have incorporated that interest in their contract as well. So the council won't incur that. There'll only be one left, which is a small amount of really 100,000, 50,000 a year, and they're just spreading it out over 4 years. So that's one that will cause us interest, but the rest should be in. And of course, we have 2 applications in at the moment. So when we say our 32 million, we're estimating what we do have that, and then over and above that, there will be another 2 coming in. We'll know possibly Thursday for one, and the other one will be January, February for lotteries.
Yep.
For the fit out. So, yeah.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Lewis?
Just with regards to that lottery one, how does the implication, if that funding doesn't come through, where does that leave that stage, that project for the fit out?
Yeah, covered by an anonymous donor that will back it, and we will be in discussions with Mr. Palmley. I as Mr. Palmley will know, with many of ours are anonymous donors to a certain stage. And we have, if lotteries did fail, we have other options. So we're very confident our 32 and 70,000. Yeah. We picked up another 89,000 last week. So to get to that figure.
Councillor Fowling, then Deputy Mayor Ryan.
No, I was just ready to move if there's more questions. I'll leave that.
Am I able to ask a question of Senny? Is that okay?
If Senny's happy.
Oh, Senny's happy to ask.
No, for sure. Yes, bring it.
Thank you. No, I just really wanted to understand from your perspective, like if this doesn't go ahead, what the impacts are for North Otago Rugby.
Thanks, Councillor Ryan, for the question. The impacts would be quite significant in terms of our line of sight and direction, hence our commitment towards what we have agreed in partnership with the Waitaki District Council and the Fundraising Trust to ensure that not just the 2.75 million for the second phase, but we've also provisioned a contingency of $250,000. So we're targeting that 3.0 just to make sure that's the level of sort of dedication towards the next future-proofing phase of not just rugby and the purpose we serve within the community, but our clear facilitatory role of other sports, community events and beyond. So with an exciting calendar in 26, even more exciting in 27, pretty much every month, bringing additional potential revenue from, regional sports events, national, other various camps and those sorts of things. So, the benefits in terms of what the second phase and the impact of not just a space for rugby in the community and other sports, but also the recognition of all of us in terms of what a grandstand represents. I've come into this council before the chamber, and I was really grateful to have had the opportunity with the previous councillors to express the significance of this build. Alex had referred to it before, how significant the collaboration between the community, a wonderful community, albeit small, but incredibly generous to develop that stage one to where it is. But in terms of the second stage, on a personal perspective, as a young girl sitting in those grandstands, watching sport on that field, that development of the second phase is more than bricks and mortar. That's the place of dreams for the next generation. So when you ask me the impact, it's the future proofing of the region in general and what it can do to support the Waitaki district.
Thank you, Senny. Did you have a notice of motion, Councillor Fowling? We'll go there.
I had foreshadowed an amendment, but having spoken to Amanda and Adair earlier and Kevin last night, I'm happy to move the recommendation as it is there. If there's a seconder.
So just to clarify, that's 1 through to 6 that you're moving?
Yes, 1 through to 6. Yeah.
Just to clarify on number 2, are we having that subject to the full funding for stage 1 being achieved?
Yeah, that was my original concern. But after discussions last night and this morning, perhaps Adair can confirm that's not a concern, that full funding of 32.85. If the 500,000 was subject to that.
That would mean that we would have to raise another $850,000 to get 500 back from council. I was going to say I'm unemployed, but I will be soon apparently. We're volunteers. Why would I go and raise another $850,000
to get $500,000, which would then also put 1.2 million back into the council coffers. When what we're saying is to use we're happy to fund the cost of, let's say, delayed donations, happy to fund that, but the remaining contingency from the cost of the build to the 32,070,000 that we've raised, we would like that to come to the trust.
So perhaps Amanda, can you confirm whether if it was to be 32,075,000?
I think your figure's just under that at the moment. There's the figure in your on page 145 is 31,936,691, and we've had a monthly update since then. We're now at 32,070.
So the 32,070 would be acceptable to the trust?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Current funding.
Amanda, how does that tally at your end?
Yeah, I think we're talking at cross purposes. So just to note, my numbers here were the numbers that we had from the trust on the 31st of October. So I agree there has been the extra funds since then, concur with the 32,070. So that would mean there's circa 800K outstanding. So we're talking about 500 of that being put towards the grandstand. So I guess it's just to clarify, because this is pretty much the same with previous council resolutions, to be really clear about that 300, should that be applied to council's borrowing costs, like the 350K that I've emphasised in this paper, because the funding will be in future years, and I can give you workings for how that's worked out. Or I think it would be, you'd have to change the resolution if you wanted to apply it another way, like I think they've proposed 800K to go towards the grandstand. Does that make it clear? So it's we've got 800K shortfall. We're proposing 500 would be put, which like basically forgive. So we wouldn't need that extra 500K because it's not a cost that we require anymore. That contingency is not required. So instead we'll put that funding towards the grandstand. So it's included in the costs that council's already put towards phase one, but we'll defer it over to phase two. And then there's the 300K remaining that we need to be really clear about whether that's coming back to council to go against the interest cost, or whether you would like it to go towards phase two.
So that the total of the 800K there you're talking about is within that 32.85. Is the trust going to have to raise another 850 just so we give them 500? Or is that
No, not at all. That's not what we're saying. We're saying, that doesn't make sense to raise it, to give it back effectively. So yeah, it's saying that they've already raised 32,070. So there's just under 800K remaining to raise. We wouldn't require that 500. It could go towards contingency funding for phase two. And then council can decide, like it's written at the moment, the remaining unspent contingency funds, so circa 300K applied towards council's borrowing costs, reducing the capital cost to ratepayer. So I think that's where you were talking about changing the wording there.
So no, that's good. So does that resolve it for you, Kevin?
No, it doesn't read that way in recommendation. So that absolutely doesn't read that way. So that's committing me to subject to the whole funding total of 32.85 for phase one being achieved. So therefore, I'm at 32,070. So before you give me the 500 on that wording, I've got to get the 32,850.
So just
exceptionally comfortable. Sorry, exceptionally comfortable at 32,070 because that means I can have Christmas. We're comfortable to work with council to ensure that any delayed donation monies that incur an interest cost, the trust will raise the money to handle that. So we've got a figure here of 350,000. It may not be that, it may be more. We're comfortable to work to raise the money to do that. We're not comfortable with raising another 850,000 to get 500,000. But we're comfortable at 32,070, taking the difference between the actual finished price, which is going to be around about 31,200 plus interest costs,
And so we want the difference.
So I know it's confusing, and the confusion comes because the budget is greater than the funds raised, but there is an underspend both in the budget and, you know, in the actual money raised. So in simple terms, there's about 800,000 unspent that we don't think we'll need. I've got a little caveat on that, which was in the report. We still have to finalise those costs. So if you removed on recommendation to all the words from subject to, just approves to reallocate 500,000 from contingency funds from phase 1 to phase 2, that would deal with it. The implication of that would be council would still have 300,000 left to potentially deal with the interest costs or some other costs that may still arise within the project. The phase 1 would have its 500,000, and the Event Centre Trust would not do any further fundraising beyond what they're doing at the moment. And that would be it dealt with if you were so minded to, or someone was to remove subject to from that second recommendation.
Can you say that again, please? I'm nearly there.
If the full funds had been raised, there'd be 1.7 million left.
Yeah.
But they haven't raised all of the funds.
Yeah.
And we haven't used all the contingency, so there is actually 800,000 left that has not been spent on this project.
And
bearing in mind we've got a couple of months to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could choose to allocate of that 800,000, 500,000 to phase 1, which would leave the council with 300,000. And if you removed all the words from subject to, then that would mean the trust would not do any further fundraising. So there'd be no more money after that to come back to council.
No,
Does that make sense?
So we're reallocating as a contingency into the phase 2.
Well, the recommendation here is these are contingency funds from phase 1, just to simply reallocate it into phase 2.
All right. I'm quite confused now. So in simple terms, the 500,000, if we were to give it to phase 2, once phase 2 is completed and enough money's raised, will that come back at the end or no? Are we essentially gifting it on top of what we already have? Because
you would be committing it to phase 2. There'd be.
it wouldn't come back.
Hmm?
Wouldn't come back.
It wouldn't come back unless there was some underspend in the project, in which case there'd be a discussion as to where that unspent contingency went to. But I think you should make an assumption that if you're committing it to phase 2, that's where it's going to be spent, and you're likely not to see it again. Just as when phase 1 budget was agreed, it was assumed that we wouldn't see that money again.
Idea.
But it's not new money. It's not an additional 500,000. Okay. The issue is, well, not the issue, but the fact is that the last council said, oh, by the way, if there's any leftover, we want it back. Thanks very much. What this council would be saying is, you know what? We're okay not getting that 500,000 back because we see a really good project in phase 2 that we wanted to go towards.
Idea.
Sorry, it's complicated.
Just as part, and you'll know the strategy of fundraising, many of you, we do need seed funding for any project we do, and this is viewed as a separate project. So we're going back now to Otago Community Trust once we've had approval for stage 2 to ask for more money. And they will say, how much is council giving towards this? It's the first question they will ask us. So we need to be able to show that we have worked together. We've got that backing. We've also got future backing from NORFU. That's the sort of stuff we have to do when you go and ask for large money from a large funder. Yeah.
And if I may indulge, if we're actually a casualty of our own success. Had we only raised an additional $16 million, we would only have, with your $15.6 million, we would only have $31,600,000, which is approximately the cost of the build plus financial charges. So you'd be getting nothing back anyway. So simple as that. So what we're saying is, so what we're saying is use our success, finish the project,
Don't have Centennial Park sitting there with no ablution box, no outside changing rooms. Finish the project and take Waitaki forward. Let's go bananas on it. Thank you.
I think we need to just also maintain the idea that this is ratepayers' funds, not council funds per se.
Yeah, 100%, your worship, but you are aware that we have, and I said that earlier this morning, the commitment of 15.6 million to the project that was given as a certified document to our funders. And what we don't want to do, and we had to argue loud and strong and hard to ensure that we got, especially from a target community trust and the likes, to make sure with such a small portion of the funds coming from council that we got the full amount. So we would hate to jeopardise any of that.
Okay, first of all, I think we're really best not to ever use small portion of funds when you talk about the ratepayer portion, because I think that's really unfortunate terms. So just really clear, because that's not where we sit as council. And I guess as well, we had a contract that sat beside this, which did say quite clearly, and which is what we're talking about today, that any underspend would be coming back to council, because the original council resolution was sitting around $10 million. So we are already well stepping above that. So I understand what you're saying when it comes to your funders, but we just need to be really clear in our messaging to our community that we do take this spend. And it is, even though it's like we could be celebrating right now and saying to our community, hey, we're putting this back into the budget, so it's going to be this much less that we fund you or rate you for this project. So we need to recognise that for us right now, we're celebrating that, and that's through a job absolutely well done, and it's fantastic. And then we've got to put a line in that sand, and we've got to look at this project as something new. And we've got an allocation of funds that we've already told the community that we will be using for a project. And we're saying in this recommendation that we think it's good use to do that, but we need to recognise that's still a spend of our ratepayers' money. So just being really clear on that. Councillor Thowning, are you clear?
Yeah, I think I might be clear now, and so we've got the certainty from Amanda. It's not going to require another 850 fundraising to. Sometimes the things that are in black and white aren't as clear as what it seems. So I will move 1 to 6, and for all the reasons I'll speak to if I can get a seconder.
Is number 2 staying as it is, or are we going to change the amount sitting in the full funding total? Just talk about that number 2 and whether or not we continue with the rest of the narrative there.
Well, my understanding from our bouncing backwards and forwards there was that despite the way that appears that it won't require Kevin to raise another 850. It says being achieved. While that means, I don't know if Amanda has any more to say on that, or further reassurance for Kevin, but
Can I offer some guidance just to stop you there for a second?
Yep.
That if we're talking like there's been figures around 500 and 800 thrown around, and I think that's probably the conversation for councillors to have today, recognising where things are at and not wanting to hold up the idea of stage 2, if that's the direction we go in, then we bring that total in 32.85 million down to the 32,070 figure. So that means that there's not a pause on the project, and then we need to discuss that figure of 500,000, whether it stays at that or whether we lift it to match what the intended underspend is, recognising I've got Amanda with her hand up.
Yeah, I think that's a good approach. Or the other thing I was going to suggest, if you changed it from the full funding total to the total cost, if you didn't put a specific figure there, because we don't know exactly what the final cost is going to be, but if we said, like subject to the full cost already, because there or thereabouts anyway, and there might be that 300K, there may or may not.
I think that's probably helpful.
Can I?
So if we change that subject to the full total cost for phase 1. And then Councillor Thowning, just to clarify, are you happy with the relocation of $500,000 for contingency funds?
Yes, I'm happy with that. Yep.
Did you have a clarification?
Yeah, I did. Are we still keeping the 32.070 in?
No, full total cost, just assuming that we don't actually know what that is, and just recognising we're not slowing that budget down. Yeah. Okay, is it clear as mud?
I've removed that amount, it's now all total costs, so hopefully that change, that's what we wanted.
Yep. Are you comfortable with that?
Mhm, yeah.
All right, and you're comfortable with where that's sitting? So everyone understands the change and where we're sitting at? Okay, so now we do enter debate mode. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Winwood seconded. So that opens us up for discussion. Sorry, before I do that, I will look to Mr. Hope, who,
I think it would be useful just to pause the meeting for a couple of minutes just to talk about this resolution, because I'm interpreting it slightly differently.
no, that's a fair call, and this is a big discussion. And just looking at the times, I wonder whether we do lie this on the table for 10 minutes and take a breather, and that way we can make sure that staff have time to get their head around the resolution and we're aware of any risks around that. We can pop by and see if there's any biscuits left and come back in. I think that's, with a big discussion like this, I think that's probably a good pause. So sorry to those watching online and to everyone else waiting for a resolution, but we'll pause and we'll take a wee break and we'll be back at 22. All right, welcome back. Essentially just recognising this as a really massive decision again for us to make, and there's enough question in the room around the setup of all the figures and all the different options we've had in front of us in the last couple of minutes. So we just wanted to have a bit of a break, make sure we were all really clear on the resolution moving forward, and also that staff had a bit of a chance to look over it and let us know risks and implications. So thank you for the patience from everyone in that break. And I'll first of all, we'll look at the new look conversation that we've got, and I'll ask Alex to sort of walk through that in the first point of call, and then I'll pass back to Councillor Thorne.
So yeah, we've really been trying to craft something that meets everyone's needs and gives clarity as to what's being decided here. So this is reflected in the new wording here, which is the same intent as the first, but just gives a bit more clarity to everyone, really, that the fundraising target is 32 million in round terms. I think you're talking about 32.072, but that's a bit wordy. And that based on that being achieved, council allocates 500,000 from the contingency funds from phase 1 to phase 2. And then essentially saying, and then anything else in terms of remaining contingency from funds raised or savings that may occur between now and the end of the project is for the benefit of the ratepayer, either meeting the additional borrowing costs or saving on the capital cost to the ratepayer. That's essentially what that amended recommendation to is saying. Clear as mud?
Councillor Thowning, are you comfortable with that approach?
Yes, I'm happy to move that now. I've herded all the cats.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Thowning, and I don't recall if we had it. Councillor Linwood, that's right. We had a second. Are you still comfortable to second that? Okay, so now I'll open up for comments. Does anyone have anything they want to speak to in that recommendation? Councillor Fanini.
Thank you through the chair. Seeing that I'm abstaining from voting, I think I can make a comment. I just wanted to remind everyone in terms of the broader outcome that we're going to achieve for the community. It was a proud moment when we walked through the grandstand and we had a wee tour there last week, and we can see the difference. This has been 10 years, over 10 years in the making. And even though it's probably a wee bit too late for my children and Adair's and Kevin's, you know, like the next generation can stand on the shoulders of this council and be really proud of, you know, like whatever you're going to decide this afternoon. So I'm just formally abstaining from this, but yeah, thank you for the opportunity to listen in to the conversations and discussion. Thank you.
And I guess for myself, just moving into the conversation, I've had this sitting in the back of my mind for quite some time, trying to work out what the way forward is and what the right thing to do, because it's a one of those situations where there's no right answer and potentially no wrong answer, but they're all wrong, if you will. And I guess I look to the conversations we're moving into at the moment, which is what is the future for local government? What does it look like? What do core services for local government look like in the future? Which is very much the direction the government's trying to indicate to us. Just noting that in the Systems Improvement Amendment Bill that's coming forward at the moment, core services is put in there quite clearly. And sitting in the core services, they do mention libraries, museums, reserves, and other recreational facilities. And that's not always been clear as to what council's role is or isn't in that space. I do have a really strong belief that sometimes if we don't do the stitch in time, that we find ourselves behind the 8 ball. And that's something that I think we've always struggled with as a community. It is really hard to make these big decisions. There's never a good time for it. And recognising the cost of living crisis. And I think we're going to have a lot of really tough decisions. This, for me, is a nice midpoint where we do manage to, wherever possible, bring back some cost savings on the cost of the loan or, you know, it depends on how we go about it, but we have some ability to bring some of the cost savings from a project well done back to council's coffers. I really want to acknowledge the work of the trust and in the process up to here, because this has been the biggest project we as Waitaki have taken on, and walking through that, and I concur with Hannah's take, it's a proud moment, because whether we're going to use it or other people are going to use it for our community and our young ones growing up, and taking seniors' comment, you know, how do we grow our people? How do we grow our leaders? How do we grow our sports people? And this offers so many opportunities. And it's also looking at things like the Selwyn Centre, looking for different ways of using a centre, using the grandstand, using the sports fields as well. So there is so much tied up in this. And when I look to what we are in the future, I want to make sure we do the best job of what our role is as local government that we possibly can and be the best role models for our community. So it sits hard, but I'll be supporting this because I think it's the right thing to do. I'll move to Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you. I guess before I say anything about the recommendations we have in front of us, I do just want to acknowledge the massive amount of work that the Trust has done to get to this point. Thank you, Adair and Kevin. But, you know, this is the scale is huge, and it's something that, you know, we really genuinely recognise and appreciate. And, you know, without your commitment and momentum and belief, we actually just wouldn't be having this conversation that we're having today. The event centre itself is a once in a generation investment for our district, and it's about so much more than sport. It's about wellbeing, it's about pride, it's about opportunity, and it's about our future, particularly for our young people. This is somewhere that where our rangatahi can thrive and where our community can come together, and that we can really signal confidence in our future. And as Mayor Timdale said, it does align with the direction we're seeing nationally, where recreational facilities have been recognised by the government as core services that council provide and are expected to steward well. I'm cautiously supportive of taking this opportunity that we have in front of us for the grandstand to proceed, and of the use of other contingency funding to be for the benefit of the ratepayer. We are going to have some really tough decisions in front of us, and I'd love us to, and we actually just really need to be creative with ways we're using this facility, ways that can be for our whole community, and looking at partnership opportunities ahead, not just in this space, but in all aspects of what we do. So yeah, and I guess that's sort of my key point here is I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that this is such a big moment for our community, and one that we should really be proud of, and yeah, looking forward to continuing that work as in a partnership and strengthening how we work together going forward.
Councillor Slack.
Yeah, just from me, a new councillor perspective. I think that development of our district is vital to our economy, and especially the future of it. I think that there is going to be some gains, not only by simply having a stadium that can be used, but the economic benefit from just getting people into the district, even if it's only for events over a couple of days or whatever. I think the economic benefits of that far outweigh the financial short-term pain that we are going to have. So I will be supporting this particular resolution.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Kells online.
Yeah, hi, thanks team. Sorry I can't be there in person. Yeah, this is one that's weighed heavily on my mind. Originally, the motion we made was for it to return, but I have to recognise as well that the momentum and the massive achievement that has been made to bring it in on time, and at the budget that we have, you know, I feel we want to keep that momentum going, and just echo the thoughts of both Councillor Ryan and Councillor Schlack that, you know, if we look outside the square, look outside the box and use this facility to its maximum potential, you know, I think we'll gain what we're looking at today back in a relatively short amount of time. So, yeah, just a massive congratulations to all that have put so much work into it. Thank you.
Councillors, I'm looking at Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, just congratulations on the work that's been done so far. It's an interesting position that I'm in at the moment because during last term, whilst I was not on council, I did submit in favour, and I took the position, I used the terminology, if you're asking what does it cost, you're asking the wrong question. You should ask what's it worth. And I've sort of been revisiting that in the mind today too, because the reality of it is that everything does come at a cost. But I think when you actually place the value proposition on what you have, the benefits for our district are potentially huge. And as Deputy Mayor Ryan said, it's a once in a generation opportunity. And I think it's a credit to everybody to where we've got to at this stage. So I will be supporting it.
Is there any other speakers? No, it's just councillors at this stage. Right, so I'm going to put that. So all in favour, please say aye. And against? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for the team here for your support and getting to this space. It's really appreciated.
Thank you very much for your support and get it finished.
All right, so we are running just a touch behind schedule, councillors, but some really. And apologies, there was one abstain in councillor Fanini Taiti, which I didn't recognise. All right, so just while we all get changed over, I think we're almost there. But we're moving councillors on to page 155 of your agendas, which is the approval of delegations under the Resource Management Amendment Act. And is it Joe? Sorry, that's going to introduce that. Thanks, Joe.
That's okay. I'm hoping this paper won't be as complex as the last one. Although after the announcement at 1 o'clock, wondering if it's required. So this paper comes to you, Charlotte. Thank you very much, Charlotte, which is a statutory requirement for the allocation of delegations of powers under the RMA legislation, as it was before 1 o'clock. So yeah, I'll hand over to Charlotte.
Can I just make sure, I'm not sure any of us have had a chance to be over the 1 o'clock announcement and whether it's relevant to our discussion. Roger.
This is still very relevant. The bills are only out for consultation. These are delegations under current legislation which are needed, and it's an administrative matter that the council need to make. The delegations under the RMA can't be sub-delegated.
No, thank you for clarifying. Right, David.
There's nothing much more to add really. So the Resource Management Consenting and Other System Changes Amendment Act was enacted in August, and it's made some administrative changes to the RMA. So this paper is really just to get those delegations delegated to the right people so that they can continue doing the work that they're currently doing. There are two other parts to the paper. One is to approve the extension of delegations to the cadet planner role. So currently the cadet planner requires everything that has delegation attached to it to be signed off by a resource management planner. And as they move through their training, it becomes less sensible for that to happen as they're doing more and more tasks. And the third part to the paper is to approve the extension of delegations held by the senior resource management planner to the resource management planning lead role. So that allows them to do the role that they've been employed to do and to provide redundancy when the senior resource management planner goes on leave.
Thank you. Right. So
just to quickly add, there's probably a twofold thing there with the senior planner and the team lead would be an either or. We won't have both. So we're a year into recruiting for a senior planner. So we haven't found one. So we're looking at that team lead as a possible option. So if we employ them at that team lead role versus a senior, it just gives that flexibility. So it's one role, but it could be an either or title.
Right. So I'll
and I forgot to mention, which I know Roger did, but just to expand that the Resource Management Act is one of two acts that does not allow sub-delegation. So any delegations under this act must come to council to approve.
Thank you. Right. Councillor McCone. And then councillor Fallon.
Sorry, could you just please define what is sub-delegation? I'm a wee bit lost as to what the whole process is, so please, can you explain how all this works?
So under most acts, the CE or other people can be delegated tasks to then sub-delegate other functions. Under the RMA, it does not. There's a specific section that says you cannot sub-delegate those functions. So it's very clear it has to come through council.
So if I ask you to do something for me, you can't then sub-delegate to Ray or someone else. You've got to go and how does all that work?
You wouldn't be directing staff, would you, Mr. Councillor Payne?
Well, not quite. It's the specific things that are listed that council has delegated us to do. I can't then sub-delegate that to another staff member. It has to sit with me or go back up the chain. So if we wanted to change the level of delegation for like signing off a consent, we'd have to come back through council if we wanted to lower that. At the moment, it goes back up the chain through the director or CE or the hearings panel. It's just how it's set out. We can't change the law.
Just want to clarify, these delegations exist amongst the resource management planners already. As Charlotte said, we've got a cadet role, and as the cadet goes through the training, it's more relevant that they have the delegations, and so it's now time to extend some of the delegations to that person. And as David pointed out, we have two role titles, one senior resource management planner and one resource management planning lead role. They are one FTE. We may recruit in either role depending on how successful we are, but we have been over a year trying to recruit that role. But it's important that we have the delegations in place, and we're taking the opportunity to bring this paper to you to get those delegations approved.
Councillor Fallon.
Well, congratulations to our cadet for reaching the level that we can, given the delegations. Will this reduce our reliance on external planning services?
It doesn't really have any impact on the use of consultants. If we can, as Roger said, recruit into that senior or team lead role, that will reduce that requirement. At the moment, we have been leaning on a bit more because we have that vacancy. Yeah. And as the cadet picks up more work as well, they can move up and do more complex applications that we may have sent out.
Councillor Lewis.
Just with regards to the consenting ability for the cadet, does that kick in at a particular level with regards to the training? Does it also rest with the individual, or does it rest with the role if that individual changes?
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. That's a good question. So it depends on where they are in terms of their experience. So it would rest with the role. So likes of giving advice or writing a report, they're giving recommendations by and large. Obviously, if they get more confident, they can give advice that we don't have to vet all the time and check. So, yeah.
Councillor Schrack.
Mr. Campbell, I'm just struggling a bit between option and option 2, because what I read into that in option 2, staff will need to carefully distinguish, etc., which tasks the cadet planner can undertake under the Act and which requires oversight under the RMA. I have no issue with option 1, but do I read in option 1 that there will be no oversight from you as the senior planner of what the cadet actually does?
Yeah, with any new planner coming in, whether they're a planner or cadet, there's always oversight. And as I said, in response to Councillor Lewis's question, once they build up more experience, we can have more confidence in them being left to their own devices. But yeah, we still have that oversight right through all the planning functions. Yep.
All right. There's no other questions. Do I have anyone willing to move? Moved by Councillor Thowning. We have a seconder. Councillor Lewis. Right. Any other conversation on that one? Right. So I'll put it. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. And against. That's carried. Thank you, guys. Now we're moving on to page 173. Which is on the options for supporting badminton and squash club and Scottish Hall through car park leasing. And I'll start it off with Mr. Cook.
Thank you. I think it's important to give some background and context to this one. So back in early 2025, officers were asked to present a list of cost savings to councillors due to the financial pressure of the rates at the time. This was one of the few items that was selected from the list. We were asked to investigate a possible revenue generating cost sharing model with the piece of land in question under a paid parking. It soon became clear that the revenue could not be collected on an unleased area and therefore we would need a lease. It also became reasonably clear that we would probably not get sufficient funds through charging of parking that would satisfy the squash club and Scottish Hall's financial need or desire. Accordingly, the lease was not renewed on the 1st of July, as that was the cost-saving measure that council had directed us to undertake. I believe that the Squash and Badminton Club subsequently engaged with the last council. And through my discussion with the previous mayor, he indicated that his discussions with the past council could not reach agreement as to whether it would whether the council wanted to respond to the engagement or not. Subsequently, through conversations with the current councillor, it was recommended that we produce a paper and bring that back to council, which we have done today. The paper recommendation provides financial security to the Squash and Badminton Club and Scottish Hall, and by installing paid parking, it reduces the potential impact to the rates. Your decision today is whether you want to reverse the decision that was made by the previous council and support a local organisation and sport in the district, as you heard from Angela Naylor this morning's public forum. And if the answer to question 1 is yes, do you wish us to install paid parking to try and limit the impact to rates?
Right, it's as simple as that. So I'll start with questions. I'll start with Councillor Lewis.
Oh, I have a few questions here. Where do I start? How if we were to install paid parking and parking meters on there, so effectively what we're doing is we are leasing a site in order to deliver some money to the community or to organisations, also provide extra parking. There's a cost recovery element, obviously, with paid parking meters. At which point does that wash its face or come close? Secondly, what's our liability with regards to upkeep of the land or our expectation of the leasee to maintain that parking area to a suitable level that we don't come under other liabilities?
We'll start there.
Yeah, just to start with.
Sorry, can you just repeat the first question? I was listening to your second one. A little bit Jim Hopkins, are you there?
Well, it is Jim's birthday, and I've got to channel him for today, I suppose. The first one was, at which point, if we are to install parking meters, at which point, and is it possible for it to effectively wash its face? Is it possible for us to recoup the money? Because obviously there's an expenditure that goes on installing the machines, and purchasing and installing the machines, and also, the ongoing taking care of those. So,
in answer to your question, Councillor Lewis, in the paper, we've sort of done some estimations based on over a weekly period. We looked in the morning and the afternoon at the occupancy, and we come up with it's about 50%. And some of that is people parking all day, and some of that is vehicles moving. So we base the figures on if somebody was parking for 8 hours. And then if you go further down, if you look at the factors that suggest the revenue would be significantly lower, would be the dispersal of those vehicles to free parking areas and the fact that some of those people may only be parking for 1 or 2 hours. You got 1 hour free, so we might only be making $1 or $2 at a time. So it's very hard to accurately estimate whether or not we would recover the cost of the lease. The cost of the parking machine is to install it would be $7,000. It really is a guess at this stage. But if we put paid parking in there, then people would likely disperse, but we would recover some revenue back towards the cost of the lease.
Did you have any other questions to add to that?
Yes, sorry. And the second part of the question was with regards to the expectation, bearing in mind that these two organisations, and from what we heard this morning, already financially pinched. And I think I'm correct in saying that the Scottish Society has something like 6 members. So, you know, they're not flush with cash either. The expectation for them to maintain, and what's our liability, the parking area, and what's our sort of liability or exposure for that if there's damage or injury caused?
So I can't really answer that. That would be in terms agreed in the lease. Our property department would negotiate that, and it would, I imagine, be along the same lines as the previous lease agreement. The car park area itself is in reasonably good condition, and from what I can see, it would need maybe some marking to help delineate the actual parking areas. But the actual terms of the lease would yet to be negotiated.
So where did the maintenance cost on the original lease sit?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that at the moment.
Ms. Type?
So I'm pretty sure it was with council.
I guess it's just because that can make a big difference, and I'm not sure what quantum we're even sort of talking in that space. I'm not going to get Councillor McCone.
It's not a question, it's a summary, really. So there's, I said, we've been very generous, and I do totally support any sports organisation, anything in the town. I think that's fair, and they do it. But like any other club, you've also got to be self-funding. And so in the past, I don't know how long it's been going on for, they're receiving an annuity from the council for parking on their own land. And so it becomes, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it becomes a given that it's in that account every year. Sometimes you got to turn around and look at a different perspective. So to me, and this sounds terrible, but the problem lies with those two organisations. So if they would like to put parking there, I'm sure you can buy one of those parking meters that you pull the ticket out and you pay out in the hour and put it back in again. It is not our problem. And I'm sorry if that sounds very blunt, but we own the pavement outside. We can put parking meters there if we wish. It's probably become more prevalent that the older part of town has become more and more touristy and everything else, that people are using that parking space. It gives more of an option to cash into it rather than do anything else. And again, no disrespect to the council, but once you get the council involved, all of a sudden the overheads of running something like that totally increase. So I think we certainly put our hand up to help them solve the problem, but I don't think we need to be part of the problem solving it.
I think we need some work on when we have our conversation and when we have our questions, but we'll work on that. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you. Just noting in the paper, it mentions, I guess, that the paper itself aligns with our decision in May to investigate some additional on and off street paid parking zones with that final approval to sit with council, and there's been some engagement and consultation planned for next year. Given that there are a few outstanding questions on this, and you know, we heard from Andrea this morning that the Squash Club was supportive of what's in front of us today, but also what she didn't say in the public forum, but has mentioned to us, is that actually there hadn't been any engagement with them before this paper was coming to council. I just wonder, like, what would the impact be if we, I guess, sort of move this into that broader discussion about those parking opportunities and then giving us the time to answer some of those questions and actually also engage with the squash club and squash and badminton and the Scottish Society. There was some disappointment, I think, that they hadn't been engaged with, and the references to their conversations in May was sort of the last time that there'd been actual formal engagement.
I think the big difference is the fact that these car parks are privately owned, and the consultation in regards to additional parking is for council-owned car parks. So that's your difference there. And the last time I actually spoke to Andrea and told her this paper was going to council, and the reasons for it was an email to her on the 4th of November.
Mr. Cook.
You also need to remember that we were sitting on a resolution where we were told to rescind the lease. So we rescinded the lease without a guidance from council. We can't really engage with them and make the risk of promises that there may be something better in the future. They were aware that we were discussing it. They were aware that we were presenting this paper. But I need to steer from governance team as to whether they want us to investigate reinstating the lease, whether you want to provide money to the Squash or Badminton Society Club, or whether you want to support the Scottish Hall.
Just as a thought for a way forward on this conversation is that there could be two conversations here, which is one around, do we want to look at moving into a lease again, which is probably as much as anything recognising that's a space that our community does use currently, and comments around things like the signage still being up, actually directing people there and things, which is obviously easily rectified if we change direction on that. So the question is really, they've obviously used this as a funding mechanism and our community has used this. Do we want to, in the interim, continue on with that as a plan and have this, recognising it's not council-owned property, but we are looking at a full parking strategy and we need to decide on where we charge for parking, where we don't, where we extend our parking. I wonder if that makes up that, and then when we have that conversation, we can talk about the maintenance and have an understanding of the full cost implications, because there's a bit of a struggle to know how to move forward on this one without understanding the full cost implications of that decision. But I'm not sure if that's the midpoint or if someone's got something else I'd suggest. And I'll pass to Councillor Lewis.
Where I'm sort of sitting with this is I'm actually, aside from being of benefit to the Oamaru Squash and Badminton Club and the Scottish Society, I don't really see where it's of benefit to our ratepayers as a whole, because effectively we're either taking rates money to lease a car parking space and then to charge people to use that. We're effectively buying a problem, in my opinion. I don't see that we're actually benefiting anybody aside from those two groups. And to that end, if it's a funding thing, then there are grants processes available for that. But I just, at this stage, I don't really see any positives in it.
And just, I think, I'll just sort of partially putting on the table our standing orders, just so that we can have a bit of this conversation, because I think that we haven't really had a chance as a council to get the ins and outs of it. So I'll go to Councillor Thowning, and then I think Councillor McCone had another comment.
What sort of parking congestion have we got down there, if any? Like, it'll be roughly 30 odd parks that we will lose if we don't pay this money. Have you got any thoughts about whether that might cause some problems in the streets around there, or would that spill over nicely into the council's parking down at Scott's there?
Thanks, Councillor. I think you hit the nail on the head. There's an abundance of free parking in the area, which is identified in the report, that putting paid parking in there is likely to push those people out. A couple of 100 metres away north, you've got the council-owned Humber Street car park, on-street parking there. Itchin Street's got free parking. Wansbeck Street, Scott's car park. So there's quite a lot.
Right, we're going to go to councillor McCone, then councillor Carroll's online.
So again, I think that question just been answered very simply, and you know, the amount of work that's gone on to present this, but the numbers still stack up that even a 50% occupancy does not cover off what is proposed for what they want for a lease.
Councillor Cowles.
Thank you. I was just wondering, Andrew, could you remind me roughly what one of our parking pods is worth, or one of our parking meters?
The cost of individual meter is $6,000, and then you've got to pay for the installation, which is about $1,200.
Okay. I'm just wondering whether, another way of framing it was whether we had the ability to assist them, whether it be through loan funding or grant or something, to have their own parking meters installed for the long term, so that way they will be getting that return and realising their own benefit out of their own space. But that was just another way of looking at it. Thank you.
We'll go to Mr. Bardsley, then Mr. Cook, and then councillor Linwood.
Thank you, councillor. The only, for the people listening online who might get this, the only problem that the owners of the car park have if they were to install parking meters is they don't have the ability to enforce it. They need legal delegation to be able to enforce parking or issue infringements. They do have the ability to engage in independent operators such as Wilson Parking, but then Wilson Parking are going to charge exorbitant fees for allowing people to park there, and they're quite strict.
Thank you.
Just wanted to go back to the when I introduced this. This is about whether you want to give money to the Squash and Badminton Club and the Scottish Hall.
Yeah.
That's the first decision. If the answer to that is yes, do you want to try and recover some of that cost by installing a parking meter?
Thank you. Councillor Linwood.
Thank you. I'm with Councillor Lewis on this one. It just doesn't quite stack up in my mind, and I think if we were to introduce parking meters, it would be empty. It would drive everyone out to parking that is free close by. So, yeah.
Right. So recognise. Do we have anyone that's willing to move anything at this stage? Councillor Slack.
Thank you, everybody, for the comments. I've been fascinated by it. But yeah, I'm willing to move for option 5. I do not see any benefit, and unless I've missed something, I don't see any benefit to council of going down to any other of the options. It's just going to cost us, so I really don't see the benefit. So I will move option 5.
Thank you. I'll give you a moment to speak to it when we've got a second on the table. Just confirming, so that will be the alternate recommendation. So which is the recommendation that council does not approve the re-establishment of the car park lease. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Lewis. All right, so that opens up to conversation. Did you want to add anything else to your?
No, I think I pretty well summed it up already. There is no benefit to the ratepayer in this.
Okay, recognising we've traversed this a fair bit, does anyone else have anything new to add? No, okay, well, I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye. And against? That's passed.
There's 4 in total, 4 recommendations, so they will be deleted.
No, it's 1 or
So
1.
it was 1 to 4, all the alternative recommendations.
Okay.
Of those 4
Yeah,
elapsed, no one.
thank you, I've got that.
Thank you. Right, so now we are moving through to the governance structure, which is page 179. Just recognising we are well over time.
Don't know, just want afternoon tea or should we go for now?
I'll leave it for now. I think we'll get this finished. So moving to 179. Which is the governance structure and remuneration proposal for the training, stage 2. So it's basically revisiting this. We had a bit of a first ditch effort at it in our first meeting with recognising that we had a bit more work to do on that. And I guess just to speak to it, it is really just there's been a wee bit of a change around a membership, and the main reason for that is just to balance out committees and to balance out responsibilities in there. So as I've had to move someone on or off something, I've had to find someone else to take off or put on in a corresponding sense. And essentially, we will be doing a bit of work on what the committee terms of reference look like before we come back to the first committee meetings that will go to the next council meeting, so that we're a bit clear. Recognise that, you know, we've just been a bit strapped for time to try and get everything over the line by this meeting, and you probably had enough reading to do to sink a ship this meeting anyway, to be fair. So yeah, I guess I'll start there, and if we've got any questions.
Councillor Cowles has his hand.
Councillor Cowles has his hand up.
Thank you. Overall, supportive of what we have here. Just note that one of the questions I had was, do the terms of reference for each committee clearly articulate purpose, scope, and decision-making powers? But you know, the fact that we'll address that and talk to that. The other one are the relationships between committees, such as the strategy and advocacy versus the assets and infrastructure, are clear enough to avoid too much duplication. Just want to make sure they feed into each other. And my last question is there provision for a review of our terms of reference after about 12 months of operation, just to see how it's going and come back and make sure that we're all happy?
Yeah, we can certainly take the temperature, and if there's a feel from anyone that needs to be back in front of council in a year, then absolutely. I think that makes a lot of sense, because what we're trying to do here is just build a team and find the most efficient way to move through what's likely to be a fairly active term in front of us. Councillor Strack.
Yeah, very supportive of where this is going, and maybe this is the wrong time to bring it up. I just am a little bit confused about the terms of reference of the part, simply around policy. And I did go and ask some of my colleagues and said, is this all policies? Yes. Is this all policies? And the other one says no. So, and it doesn't have to be addressed straight away. I'd just like to have a little bit of clearance as what policies we're talking about that falls under the part.
So we'll come back to that in the next one, which was where we discuss the terms of reference and clarify that then. But yeah, no, fair question. Right, so I guess based on that, do we want to move these one at a time, or is anyone comfortable moving a lot? Councillor, yeah, Hannah.
Happy to move all of them.
Okay. Jeremy, did you have a question? Yep.
No,
go for
just
it.
the housekeeping. Under changes made to resolutions passed the last council meeting, it's got under the membership, the Chief Executive Committee has removed Cowles, but I've been removed too, but it's not captured in that. I don't know if that needs that for note taking or.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Apologies, that was a mist in there. No, fair call. We'll add that to that. So based on that change, you're still happy to move Councillor Benedetto, and Councillor Holding happy to second that? All right, any other conversation, councillors? Right, I'll put that all in favour, please say aye. Aye. And against, that's carried. So now we do move on to the space where we have the terms of reference, and just taking the comments from Councillor Schlack on that, and I'm just moving into that space, because the intention from myself, and it might need to be clarified somewhat, is that the policies around your finance and audit go to this committee. Otherwise, I believe, and maybe I need to clarify this a bit more in our thing, that our strategy committee needs to sit along that, because I'm trying to get a longer view of what's coming up and where our dates are. And I wanted a nice, clear strategic vision on that, but I'll pass over to yourself, Mr. Parnley.
Yeah, I'm happy if, people have other wording that maybe adds clarity to it, but I think as it's written at the moment, it talks about, in the PAR one, policies within the scope of the committee. So the scope is set out, above, so the objectives and the scope. So it's not saying all policies, it specifically lists procurement policy, risk management policy, and then policy review for policies within the scope of the committee. So it isn't saying it's everything, every policy that the council has.
Right, so any other questions on the committee terms of reference?
Can I make a change to one?
What's that?
Can I make a change to one?
We've got a question for a change to one and I'll pass it over. Oh, you've got a mic there, sorry.
Yeah. Yes, apologies. It was noticed this morning there was an oversight and the matters of health and safety were not in the audit and risk terms of reference. So I'm requesting that we can add health and safety reporting back to the audit and risk committee.
I just wonder whether there's any comment on that independent chair currently of someone else.
Well, it's fine by me.
Right, so if everyone's comfortable with that. Right, do I have anyone that's willing to move preferably the 5 recommendations if we can? Councillor Schlack, Councillor Downing. Right, any other commentary there? I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye. And against? That's carried. Right, now moving on to schedule of meetings, which is page 202. All right, so did you want to introduce that at all, Ali?
Thank you. I'll just take the report as read, and Arlene and I welcome any questions.
So any questions on the schedule of meetings? Now, just highlighting the fact that we have moved the council meetings to 6 weekly. That's in order to fit in the committee meetings as well. And we're hoping to sort of delegate as much as we can to the committees, so we're not going over things twice. It is really to expedite things. There has been a few questions we've had internally, which has been around we've got so much workload going. Do we really want to be that much space in between meetings? This doesn't preclude meetings, so we can still add additional council or extraordinary council meetings to the mix to help us meet timeframes as needed. But also what it does is the next wee while we actually need to do a whole lot of strategic work, which is outside of the decision making. It is really sitting in the looking at what our future is and reimagining. And we just need to give ourselves a little bit of space and time to do that, and staff as well, that space and time to kind of start piecing that together. So there won't be heaps of formal decisions to make in that space straight away. It's going to be working towards some big discussions and big decisions. So just recognising the workload that came through in this last agenda was the perfect storm, and I really do appreciate, because the reading has been a little bit atrocious. So apologies, and also recognising that the staff sitting in behind the writing of all those reports, it was counting up to well over 700 pages. I think if you added all the other extra bits and pieces on, it probably, I don't like to think where that landed. So just recognising that that's not sustainable for staff, that's not sustainable for councillors to try and get our head around, especially when we had a trip to the marae. Some others had other full day meetings on. We had meetings with Timaru yesterday, so we've really pushed you guys. So we will be attempting to pull back on that and get a bit of consistency around our agendas and a little bit lighter in the reading space. That's the plan. Any questions? Right, so I'm going to move Councillor McCone.
Again, it's not a question, it's just a statement, but no.
Well, I think you'll have your place when I've moved motions. So
I just.
I'm going to stop you there, because I'm going to give you your place back. We're going to train you.
Good luck with that. I'm not try.
It'll be a work in progress. So I'm going to move the recommendations 1 through to 3 on this one. And do I have a seconder, Deputy Mayor Ryan? Now you may speak to it.
Left that on. So look, I don't know if I totally agree with it, but rather than being a stick in the mud, I will accept and go with it if it's on a trial basis for the first 6 months from February. So this year's shot. So from the first meeting in February and we revisit it in 6 months from February and see how it's working. Because, yeah,
How about I say we test the temperature at the end of the year, so we've got a bit of clarity around the timetable for this year, so people can get their diaries straight. And we touch base towards the end of the year to say, is this working, or do we need to revisit it in time for next year's agendas?
no, look, I take on board, not having meetings for the sake of having meetings, but I also think with what's coming down the track, we also need to be on top of that and prepared to move in a hurry. So that is why I'm sort of half by.
No, fair enough. Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. A little bit getting on there where Councillor McCollum was going. Definitely, let's give it a go. We're not quite sure how the extra committees are going to work out and how they're going to impact the schedule. So I would like to suggest, or test the room, whatever you want to call it. Councillor Hopkins is not here, but he used his words, is to go to option 2 and then simply go to adopt the 2026 scheduled meetings with additional extraordinary council meetings to be conducted as required.
I think that happens by default because that's our
I realise that. Yes.
Can I finish what I was saying? Thank you. Because that there is the ability of councils, and that's the intention of extraordinary council meetings. So I don't think there's any need to move that addition. Councillor Barnini.
Thank you. I'm happy with the recommendations as stands. We do have the ability to call an extraordinary meeting if needed, and I'm just mindful that the meeting frequency is also about the quality of the discussion and decision making, not necessarily the quantity. And we also need to give our officers the time to be able to package up, like papers and decision reports for us, so we can make informed, considered decisions with the time frame. But I do take, like Councillor Shack's and Councillor McCone's point, is it by habit, and by virtue that we want to be seen to be doing stuff in haste, but just kind of sometimes taking time, consider, and then just, take the deliberation time that we need to make good quality decisions. Thank you.
Now, and I had forgotten the point, and I probably want to test the water on it, and I haven't actually passed it by Ellie and Arlene. And I'll come back to you, sorry, Councillor Thowning in a second, was around the PAR meetings and whether it is too much having the council and the PAR meetings on the same day. There was, just to look at the options, there was originally floated for it to be on the Monday before council meetings, which obviously brings councillors in for an extra day and probably doesn't give us any more reading time. Or whether or not we look at trying to find a different day between the breaks to insert the PAR meeting into our Tuesday meeting schedule outside of committee day and council day. So just testing the water on that. Anyone have a thought? Ryan.
Thank you. I think my preference would be for that to be fit into, I guess, another Tuesday slot rather than adding an additional day. If we think about wanting to be attracting more people and quality people to local government, especially younger people who aren't self-employed, who aren't retired, it is difficult to get that flexibility outside of with an employer. And if we want to be attracting more people to local government, thinking bigger picture here, just adding on days, I don't think, it doesn't sit that comfortably with me.
No, very cool. Now I've had quite a few over here that I've ignored for too long. I'm sorry. I'll go back to you, Councillor Thowning.
I just on the 8th of April, I've got a bit of a clash here with one of the committees, but if it was in the afternoon, it would be fine. So I was just wondering if we need to signal that now.
I think when it comes to our personal availability, we're going to have to just take that piece by piece. If you've got an ongoing issue that clashes with the same meeting all the time and you feel like there needs to be a bigger conversation, that's a different conversation. I think for single individual meetings.
We can just deal with that close to the time. Yep, sweet as, thank you.
No worries.
So I get real value out of having them on the same day, and because it means that I can be here for the council meetings as well. So the danger of having them on a separate day outside of the cycle of the council meetings is that you won't have me here for the council meetings. And so if you see value in having me here for the council meetings, then you need to try and pencil them in so they can happen on the same day.
Thank you. Councillor Linwood, then Councillor McCone, then Councillor Schlack.
I'm not in the PAR committee, so it doesn't personally affect me, but I just want to echo Rebecca's thoughts. I think keeping everything to the Tuesday is best because it is really difficult trying to fit in your life around council and juggling work. So that would go for anything, I think.
Councillor McCone.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate what Simon's saying, you know, on the same day, I'd also take on board with what Rebecca's saying, you know, it doesn't worry me, this is part of my job, so I'm not self-employed and I don't have to report to anybody except my wife, so and that basis, we meet 4 times a year, roughly, the PAR committee, but today I think has been an example of how it works. I know today's schedule is loaded and is very busy, but the things that are relevant that came through the PAR group this morning that actually fed into today's meeting were actually quite informative and helpful on the way through. There was, and I think, you know, I don't know about you guys, but I put every Tuesday as council day. It's just simple as that. And so you just make sure that everything works around that date. And if it can work, and if we got to sit here till 5 o'clock to get the system going, that's fine. But I don't think on past performances, you know, today is one of the bigger agendas we've seen. So, you know, it's not always going to be like this.
Councillor Schlack.
Everything that he said, including the wife bit. Yeah, now look, I think, and not being that experienced, but I think, as you said, Madam Mayor, was the perfect storm. There was a lot of papers. I counted them 470 odd just in the agenda alone and the attachments. So I have no issue either way. I am retired, Rebecca, and it doesn't worry me. Yeah, I'm happy to be any day. Personally, I had to go to Marae on Thursday to prepare. That's just me, I know. Then we had to visit to the Marae. That took up a whole day. And frankly, when we came back from that, I was mentally drained. So yeah, I have no problem leaving the PAR on the Tuesday either.
Councillor Cowles, and then I will move into a decision.
Yeah, look, just echoing thoughts. For me, if it's same day, if I'm travelling down and want to sit in the room for the PAR, it just saves a whole lot less or an extra day of travel. So I'm more than happy to keep it on the same day. Thanks very much.
That's cool. And that was just basically recognising there's been a bit of chatter, so it's probably helpful. So I will leave as is, I think, with them being on the same day, and that makes it nice and easy because it's what we've got in front of us. Going back, did we have a mover? And I had moved it from the chair. Did we have a seconder?
Yes, moved by the Mayor, seconded Councillor Ryan.
Okay, so if there's no more conversation and based on PAR also remaining where it is in the discussion process, I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, that's carried. Thank you, and apologies for the time it's taking staff to get through to this point. So now we move on to the adoption of the annual report, which is probably not a small discussion. Page 216 in your agendas, and obviously there's an attachment on there as well. And I'll invite Mandy and Amanda back to the chamber.
Well, whilst they're sitting down and getting themselves ready, I think we need to give a big thanks to Mandy and Amanda and the team. This has been a painful process. It's taken a lot of hours. There's been a lot of extra work that was not planned for. And so to get to this point with the report we've got, the order of opinion we've got, is a great result, but due to a lot of effort, a lot of effort. So I just want to thank them personally for that.
All right, I'll pass over to you, Amanda.
Thank you. I concur. It has been a big job. Yeah, so I did touch on this a wee bit in PAR this morning, and you have previously seen this full annual report in the PAR committee at an earlier meeting. I think August, the full annual report came, or might have been September when we sent it to the auditors originally, and it hasn't changed significantly from that time. The bottom line's pretty much the same. The revaluations we spoke about this morning, the big one was land and buildings, circa 50 million. Roading went down just slightly over $1 million, and that kind of offsets the 3 million increase in the prior year. Yeah, not really any significant changes from the audit process. On the letter of representation, which was also included in the pack last night with all your hundreds of pages of reading material. The auditors have pointed out they're considered not material misstatements, and we have chosen not to adjust for them because they offset to what we consider to be not material. So they are around the capitalising of staff time, principally IT projects, where we felt that they met the accounting standard definition to be capitalised to the balance sheet as intangible assets, and the auditors feel that they don't, so they have remained in payroll costs. And they propose that they'll be put back to payroll costs, but we've kept them in the balance sheet. And then there's also some changes. It's quite a grey line between what is capital and what is expenditure. So yeah, there's some unadjusted misstatements in terms of that as well. But all in all, the audit process, although long and drawn out, hasn't resulted in any significant changes from the annual report that you have previously seen in the financials that I explained the variances back in August and September. I also touched on this morning in terms of the group. Whitestone Contracting has been included, Tourism Waitaki has been included, and Marama Airfield, and they've all been audited and received unmodified audit opinions. The audit of Waitaki District Health Services had some complicating factors. One was to working through the going concern of that specific, the limited company, and then also the recent change on the 24th of June to the trust deed of Observatory Village, which is a entity underneath Waitaki District Health Services. So that still needs to be worked through with the auditors, and we don't expect that to be audited until the new year. However, our auditors have deemed that Waitaki District Health Services Group is not material for the council group, so we are all good to sign off with the numbers as they are today. In terms of the audit opinion, it is an unmodified audit opinion, which is quite good. In the previous years, we have had a few qualifications around our valuations and things. So it's nice to see a clean one. They have emphasised the future of water delivery, given our uncertainty and the fact that our water services delivery plan hasn't been accepted. That has been disclosed in our annual report. And so the auditors have simply emphasised that in their opinion. But other than that, the opinion is clean. So yeah, in terms of the process, we have audit clearance. The Mayor and Chief Executive have signed the representation letter. The audit opinion is already signed and it's included in this annual report, ready for adoption today. And we have also included the summary annual report, which is quite shorter version, not entirely as short as we would like, a shorter summarised version that will also be made available on our website at the same time. But we're still waiting audit clearance on that document, so it doesn't include the audit opinion.
Okay, right, we'll open up to questions. I think it's all been a bit traversed and there's nothing potential all that new here. Would that be fair? So do I have anyone that's willing to move the recommendations? Moved Councillor McCone, second Councillor Linwood. Any commentary there, guys?
Can I just?
Sorry, I missed you there, Councillor Cowles.
Can I just ask just a quick question? I just see here on the last page it says Waitaki Whitestone Geopark Trust was required to complete its audited financial statements and they did not, the time frame was not met. I guess my question around that is I thought the trust was independent. Is that, have we got a legal status over the Whitestone Geopark Trust that has to meet council? I'm just wondering that note in there.
Good question.
Sorry, I didn't mention the Geopark when I talked about our subsidiary entities. Yep, so it is independently audited and it hasn't met its legislative timeframe to have its annual report audited. So we've included its draft annual report, but that won't be audited until the new year.
I guess my question's more about it. How does it fall as a subsidiary? I thought it was an independent trust. I wasn't aware that it had to report to us.
Yeah, since it was established, it has been deemed that council has control and influence over the trust because of our involvement in setting it up and helping fund it initially. It's quite similar to the decision that the auditors came to around Observatory Village, the initial phase of setting it up and that side of it. So it is consolidated in the Waitaki District Council group.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can probably learn a little bit more about that in the future when we come back and have a conversation around the Whitestone Geopark Trust anyway. Right, so I will put that. All in favour, please say aye. And against, that's carried. Thank you very much, team, for a job well done. Now we move on to page 221, which is the recommendations from Ahuriri Community Board around the Kura School building and lease. Just find that. Well, welcome.
Hi, Suzanne. I was just going to intro. So this is a proposal to the reserve reclassification and future ownership of the former Kurau School building. As you can see, the Ahuriri Community Board considered this matter and unanimously supported progressing the statutory steps required. So I'll hand to Suzanne for any questions.
Any questions, councillors? Just a comment on that, and I'm not sure if Brent wants to chip in as well, but having been at that community board meeting, there was a really great lot of support around the board table for it, but there was also just a lot that didn't have pecuniary interest, but certainly had a perceived interest, and it was there was more than enough of them that had a perceived interest just through connections or partners, just being in a small community. Anyone that's achieving anything amazing tends to be on too many things. And so we just had a conversation and thought the safest way to address any potential conflict is to just send it to council, and that way the conflict it disappears essentially, because it means that we get to make that final call. So I'll move on to Councillor Cowles.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, there's a trust being set up to manage all of those funds entirely separately. It's still going through the process. The Waitaki Valley Community Society is a charitable organisation that's kindly allowing them to use that as a vehicle to get started so that we can keep moving. This is a building that was going to wreck and ruin, and the outcome of what it will mean for that community, plus also preserving a piece of history, is pretty cool. So 100% supportive of this, but yeah, agree. We just felt comfortable that bringing it back to council was a far more transparent way of that final decision being made.
Councillor Fellner.
You haven't seen the building. I wouldn't currently describe it as an asset, so I think this is this is awesome, this plan. I really like it and wish you all the best for it.
Yeah, it's great to see a community helping themselves and a bit of enthusiasm, and this probably was going to become a bit of an eyesore if someone didn't take the bull by the horns and move forward. Did you have anything else you wanted to add to the conversation?
It's just a great example of collaboration between the community and the community board, and officers have really just enabled the process. Yeah.
No, fantastic.
Can I just comment on that as well? Just to say, a big thank you to the officers, because there's been a number of these things up in the Ahuriri lately where we've been looking about land use and how it can serve our serve our community better. And this is just another example. So thank you to you guys for working so quickly. I know there's been a lot of work in the background to progress this at quite a pace. So it's been awesome. Thanks.
All right. So I just wonder whether or not you want to move this, Councillor Cowles.
Yes, please. I would.
Yep. Arlene.
Apologies, Councillor Cowles. I just need to butt in and say I've just put on the screen the recommendations that are in the agenda, and then there are two further ones which were accidentally left out of the agenda related to the same project. One is that a grant of 12,000 from the Ahuriri General Community Grants Fund, and the second one was a grant of $800 to pay for gazettal of the site, and the Ahuriri Board, Community Board also asked that these two come to council due to the conflicts of interest that the members hold. So my apologies that they weren't in the agenda.
Yeah, and I'm happy to move all of those. Again, that was about clarity and some accountability there. You'll note that we've requested an accountability report to come back on how those funds are spent, and I think it was a pretty clear decision. So thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Fountain.
So just to clarify, it's been the first time I've seen this. My understanding is the Ahuriri General Community Grants Fund would be is that funded directly off the Ahuriri rates, is it?
So both community boards have a grants fund that they are free to allocate as they see fit. So normally that would sit with the board to be able to do that. But yeah, it's their fund essentially that they manage.
Yeah, understood. So in my view, that's entirely appropriate, and I'd second.
Happy to second that. Right, so that is seconded by Councillor Fowling. Any other comment, councillors? Right, well, sorry, Councillor Cowles.
Yeah, look, as a community board, we try to make sure that throughout we've got sort of 5 communities of interest between Duntroon and Ohau, and this was considered really well spent for the Kurau space. So.
No, exactly. So, and basically it's great to have the community board backing this, and it's something that would usually be within their delegations just to go ahead and decide on. It was really just to keep the process nice and clear. So, yeah, I will put that. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. And against? That's carried. Thank you. So our last one for the day, we're doing, all right, we might come in under the hour above time. You're doing well. So moving on to the confirmation of previous meetings and minutes. Does anyone have any? Councillor Holden. Happy to move. Okay, it is seconded Councillor Linwood, but Deputy Ryan.
Oh, no, I just had one minor thing that I just picked up when pulling that up. Louise Van Andrew Ashton is, I don't think, quite right. That can be a bit.
Okay, with that addition, I'm not even going to look to those, so I'm sure they're happy with that addition. So any other issues? So I'll put that. All in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried. And I also just want to, there's been a lot of recognition of some of the efforts put in, recognise Arlene and Ali for the smooth running of this meeting, because there's a huge amount of work that sits in the background to make that happen. So I just want to acknowledge that before we close. And with that, we'll close the meeting and let you all go. Thank you very much.